Okay, so welcome to the primary Michigan today. Hold on a second. There's supposed to be a window captured here, but there is not. So we're going to go ahead and put that on. There we go. We do have some coverage here in Michigan. We'll keep an eye on that. Been watching what's going on in Virginia. Not much of a surprise there, but obviously everybody's here for the Senate race. So yeah. So welcome to the coverage today. We'll go over the Senate race. We'll see how this live stream goes because I'm still 50-50 on deciding whether I want to put full time into this channel. So we'll see how that goes today. So let's do a little bit of a preview of this. Hold on one second because for some reason my Streamlabs decided to go all crazy at one point, so I'm trying to get everything organized here, and for some reason it just didn't want to work correctly. I guess that's what happens when you don't do things on here for a long time. Let me make sure that I got the chat and everything like that. Okay, good. We are here. So let's go ahead and go over a few things because I mean, everyone's looking at Michigan. Everyone's talking about Michigan. That's the thing that we're really focusing on, right? And it'll be interesting to see if we get an early vote dump right away. I think El Sayed is going to win. That's going to be great, even though some people think that because I oppose Plattner, that somehow I oppose El Sayed, which made no sense whatsoever. But let's go ahead. Luckily for us, Vote Hub has some precinct results that we're going to be able to see when those come in. And that's going to be extremely important because I want to actually focus on the precincts I really want to see how this Israeli issue is going to matter. So a lot of people know about a lot of the Republican areas and stuff like that, or excuse me, a lot of the Islamic Muslim areas in and around Dearborn, right? But I mean, I'll say it's going to do fine there. It's Farmington Hills here, which is what we're going to be watching today because Farmington Hills has a large Jewish population. I want to see, I don't think Haley Stevens is going to win, but I am interested to see how she is going to do in these precincts. If she barely gets over 50%, if she's not winning these precincts, let me go right in here, like with 60, 65, 70% and as well being in her congressional district as well, then you know that there is an absolute change happening. I think there is an absolute change happening, and we're going to see how that pans out. All right, well, we already got some results from Kent County, and I believe Kent County is that where Grand Rapids actually is? I believe so, yes. So in Grand Rapids, El Sayed is already up 55-39. This is basically going along the lines of what we saw in the polls. So we already have some details here. Of course, I have my Lake Superior State University shirt on. It's out of Sault Ste. Marie, so go Lakers. So yeah, so we'll keep an eye on what's happening with this. We're going to also keep an eye on some other elections happening, so it's not just this one. We were looking at the Virginia first, or I was earlier, to see if there was going to be anything. We do have some congressional districts that we're going to be looking at as far as kind of progressives versus establishment types, right? So that's going to be another thing that we are going to be looking at. We're going to be looking at Missouri. We're going to see if Cori Bush can make a comeback as well. House District 1, constitutional amendment in Kansas regarding the election of Supreme Court justices and so on. So yeah. So these are really good results so far. Very happy with what we're seeing. Let's see if we can zoom out here. But it's only Kent County. So yeah. But obviously we aren't going to do it. And that's obviously an early vote dump. that we have coming out of Kent County. And I think, you know, I guess we're going to look in the northern part, see how Stevens does there. Here, I mean, there are counties that are more Democratic up here, like Marquette County. There are counties that are more Democratic in UP and the Upper Peninsula. But there are a lot more Native American votes in this area as well that tend to go more Democratic too. So yeah, we'll see what happens. So we don't have any, you know, William Lawrence is the progressive candidate there. Donovan McKinney is the progressive candidate here. Yeah, and then obviously Cori Bush had her issues, and she's considered the progressive candidate here. Wesley Belding, incumbent, is the establishment Democrat. We got the other races for the House in Washington. I don't know if I'll still be doing a live stream at that time. Depends on how many people we have. We only have 144. That's not enough to keep a live stream going for a while. So we got Marie Perez, and thank God I don't have to say her middle name, Gugelheimer, Schmitzen, Schmautzenbaum, or whatever it is like that. I'm just calling her Marie Perez. Okay. She should go through. That shouldn't be a problem. But I think when we look at House District 4, this is going to be the interesting one here, because when we look at this, you know, in the last election, we had a Republican versus Republican. The question is, can we have a Democrat make it into the next round? It's possible. It's possible, but we won't know. So we got some more coming up here. Houghton County, 58% for El Sayed. So, and that's with almost all the vote in. Yeah, so we'll see what happens in Oakland. I mean, Oakland's going to be the one. If Stevens is going to be able to pull up a margin, it's going to be in Oakland. If she loses Oakland, then it's done. Genesee, I assume Stevens could possibly do well there. It is kind of an establishment Democratic place. And Macomb County, obviously, Warren, Michigan. These are the places where she's expected to, if she wants to win this tonight, she's going to have to win it there. Obviously, Wayne County, El Sayed is going to have to run up the margins in Wayne County, but obviously perform well throughout the state. I think, obviously, in places, let's see. Oh, come on, Dave. You know, in Ingham County, I think, why can I? Okay. Sorry, I was looking for something else on here for a second. All right, so we'll see how this goes, how this pans out. But El Sayed is definitely in the lead and looks to be doing well. So, yeah, and this is another thing, and let me go ahead and go over to the results in Michigan on here. As we can see now, Wexford County, we can see Haley Stevens is in the lead there. The Kent County number. One of the problems that I've had with this, with Decision Desk, is a lot of times somebody mentioned that Morrow had 0 votes, which could be the case. I mean, that could be the case. She withdrew early enough. She could have 0. Because if we look here, I mean, it does seem very unlikely, but I have noticed a lot of the problems with Decision Desk HQ is their numbers are screwed up a lot of the times. The only reason I use them because I have this quick reference menu over here that we can go over and check some of the other things out. We don't have any other races in yet. And we'll keep an eye here to see especially what happens in Oakland County. Again, that's going to be where Haley Stevens is going to be able to pull off. If she wants to pull off a win, she's going to have to do it there. Like I said, Haley Stevens' pathway to victory is to pull off some of, let's go over here, some of these smaller counties. Oh, we got Wayne County in now. 56-42. Yeah, see, they don't have it here yet. Let's see if they got them on here. So we now have Wayne County. That will be probably a early, well, no, that's just one precinct reporting, 176 to 132. Maybe they do have precincts here. Oh yeah, and we can see where those precincts are happening. I'd love to see where that precinct is that we're getting from Wayne County right in here. We'll keep an eye on that and see if we can figure out where that precinct is. That's only going to be one precinct, 56-42. Guarantee you that's not going to be in Dearborn at all. It probably is going to be a stronger African-American precinct. Stevens is expected to do a lot better with African-American voters. We'll see how that pans out as well. But yeah, we don't have anything as far as that. The only results we have for precinct-wise is in the Grand Rapids area, which, by the way, I was in Grand Rapids a week and a half ago. I went to the Gerald Ford Museum, got some souvenirs for my Patreon members. So Patreon members who are in the highest tier, after 6 months of a membership, they get a gift when I go to a presidential museum and all that. So I just bought the newest gifts from the Ford Museum, and we'll be giving that away. So we don't have much. We have Grand Rapids. Yeah, see, like, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to Decision Desk, right? Because now they've taken away those votes, right? They're so inconsistent, which is the reason why just yesterday I started paying again for the New York Times, because they're a little bit more consistent. Hopefully we can get an idea of where that precinct is. Nothing coming out of Wayne County yet at the precinct level. All right. And unfortunately, there are no other races that we can really look at right now. Here, you did have a Democratic establishment candidate versus a progressive insurgent. Shannon Taylor, the Democratic establishment candidate, is winning, and that's not a surprise. That's not a surprise when it comes to the state of Virginia. It pretty much is an establishment state. I think that a state has to go through certain stages, but Northern Virginia is definitely establishment, an establishment state. Yeah, so we still only have Kent County here. We are getting some more numbers, maybe out of, nope, looks like we're getting some more numbers out of Kent County as well, 55-39. Let's see if they, yeah, so we're getting more of the Grand Rapids in there. Let's go ahead and click on it and see if it breaks it down by, no, it does not break it down by vote type. Okay. And pretty much, I think, can I get, and pretty much it was like right in and around here was the Gerald Ford Museum. Like, oh, there it is right there. So El Sayed's winning the Gerald Ford Museum precinct. So, yeah, so now we wait. We'll see what happens. Well, it looks like Cori Bush is done. She isn't even like remotely close. Though we'll see what the city of St. Louis does. Okay, so if there is any area we expect Wesley Bell to do well in, it is going to be the county of St. Louis. Let's see what St. Louis City, which is the one that really pulls us up, what it does. So, yeah, let me go over to home. I did not have it on my list before. But I don't even see it on here. Missouri. No, no, God damn it. All right. Well, this looks like it's going to go down to defeat. Hold on. Let me go back to. Jesus Christ. How do I get back to my list? Seriously, how do I get back to my list? I'll tell you, I'm not really happy with Decision Desk HQ's layout. We aren't getting any more votes in Wayne. Let's see if we can get that precinct in Wayne. Figure out where it is. Nothing yet. Okay, home. Blah 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 blah. I don't want to see that prediction market bullshit. Oh, my watch list right there. Jesus Christ. All right. Nah, screw that. I'm not going to look at that. We'll just go ahead and continue to look at it through here. So yeah, if conservative counties outside of St. Louis are voting no on this, it's amazing. Even some Republican voters don't want democracy to be harder, yet they'll still vote for Trump. Go fucking figure. All right. Chicklet, thank you for the super chat. Thank you very much. Do you think Ossoff could have an Obama run in 2028? Possibly. I do think that my dark horse candidate is Chris Murphy. I'm looking for the candidate who can put like a foot in both the progressive and the establishment pool. And I think Chris Murphy is the guy. I think he's the dark horse. I'm kind of surprised that the issue of Ossoff possibly running for president has not become a bigger issue in Georgia, right? But we do have to look right now at Georgia. We got to look at it as Georgia now being a state that I think we can pretty much say where Virginia was 10 years ago, right? If the Democrats win the gubernatorial race in Georgia, that's huge. That's huge. They haven't won that in quite a while. And then we'll see North Carolina. I mean, like both of those states, we're almost at a point where we can just kind of let off the gas. But this is the primary that I think everyone's looking at today. Yeah, see 8-2. Yeah. There's still nothing. Like even in this one, the only ones they're showing are like these are all going to be counties. Or no, there's some precincts here too. Yeah, all we got right now in Michigan are results from Grand Rapids. That's all we have on Grand Rapids. Chris Murphy, if you don't know who Chris Murphy is, you don't watch politics. I mean, I don't even follow politics really anymore, know who Chris Murphy is. To me, Chris Van Hollen is too establishment and too boring. North Carolina has been, you know, I mean, but things change, right? That's the thing. Everyone, people think that elections are static. Elections are not static. Elections change, move. It kind of reminds me of Formula One. In Formula One, a lot of people who come into Formula One only know the sport since Drive to Survive and on, and don't know anything about Schumacher, Senna, Prost, or anybody like that. Same thing with elections. It seems like a lot of people who watch and observe elections right now only know elections since 2016. Elections are fluid. They change. West Virginia went from being one of the strongest Democratic states, a state that Michael Dukakis won, to being one of the most Republican states. Things change. But I think, the thing we have to realize tonight, I think, and if these results, we only got 1% of the results in right now, is we are looking at history in the making. If El-Sayed wins, and if he wins the general election against Mike Rogers, and polling indicates that he is ahead of him, with the exception of one that came out a few days ago that literally is only mentioned in a tweet. So how much can you trust that? All the establishment, moderate, DLC, Blue Dog, Nancy Pelosi, every other of those types of Democrats, they've lost their argument. It's done. They cannot make their argument anymore that you can't have a Bernie progressive type win. You have someone who is a Muslim winning in what is considered a swing state with progressive values. So the arguments that the establishment have, the James Carvilles and all that, they can just throw those out. Abdul El-Sayed is at the point of proving everybody wrong. His election, I'm not going to say it's going to have an impact like let's say Donald Trump did on the Republican Party, but it will. It will be a seismic shift in the Democratic Party. And hopefully it will be the beginning of the end of the establishment Democrats. Fetterman, Plattner. Yeah. No comment on Plattner. I'll just say that. I could sit here for 2 hours and just say I told you so, but no, if you didn't see that one coming, I can't help you. Let's see if we got that. Okay. Oh, okay. We got some in Lansing. So if we go to East Lansing, or no. Okay, so that's not Lansing. That is another county. I do not know this county well, so I can't make any comments on it. Yeah, see, McMurrow there has 13%. But even El-Sayed is not that far behind in UP. Kansas Constitutional Amendment. So here we go here. It would be interesting to see what Matt Beat's take was on this. I just went ahead and let's see if it responds. So that's going down to heavy defeat. Election of Supreme Court justices. Okay. Let's see what Jefferson County does on that. Let's see, do we have more happening out of Michigan? No, but like I said, we are seeing I mean, Amendment 4 in Missouri is done. It's cooked. Mr. Beat was against it, I believe. I just sent him a message. I'll ask if he was against it or not. I kind of did this stream at the last minute. I would have liked to have had Matt on it for some time. I updated my software and I'm having problems with the software as I mentioned earlier. Um, so yeah, Rogers will win based on what? See, this is one thing. Is like in politics, and one of the reasons I fucking hate doing this stuff anymore now is that people are like, someone's gonna win or someone's gonna win. It's like that's just a guess. Okay, not based on any data or idea, especially when all the polls are within the margin of error. Um, Simmons Jen, thank you very much for the super chat. Dave, what is your opinion of independent media and even Hassan going door knocking in Michigan? Do you think that is helping get out voters, little or no effect, or political entertainment? It's all political entertainment. I mean, that guy, I've heard him. He's not that smart. I mean, we've come to the point that a lot of these people, it's like Kyle Kalinske, right? I mean, like I said, he farts, he blames it on Mossad, right? It's coming to the point that a lot of these people know how to say things in an intelligible way, but what they say is really nothing. And this is what I like about Abdul El Sayed. He really was into the issues. The one who made this campaign about Israel was Haley Stevens. Let's not break away from that. She is the one that made it about Israel. Okay, not him. Same thing with Andrew Cuomo when it came to New York and Zohran Mamdani. Mamdani stuck with the issues of affordability and helping New Yorkers. It was Cuomo who wanted to make this an identity politics. Ooh, look at the bad Muslim type of campaign, right? And Haley Stevens was doing okay for a while, but then this weekend she stepped in when she sent her tweet out about, oh, well, I won and you lost and blah, 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 blah. That was about whoever told her to do that. That was one of the dumbest things that anyone could have done. First of all, Haley Stevens, he said, she said in her tweets, Al Sayed lost by 20 points to Gretchen Whitmer. Now, remember, he was running statewide and he got 30% of the vote, 31% of the votes. Haley Stevens said she ran in a competitive primary. She won 27% of the vote in her primary and yet won, right? Barely got a quarter and yet won. I don't know if I'd be boasting about that if I were her, but at the end of the day, she was the one that made this about Israel. He stuck to the issues of affordability, helping Michiganders, and everything like that. He ran a really good campaign. The establishments like the James Carvilles and all that are trying to make it another thing. But it's going to be the progressive economic issues that's going to prevail. Okay. And we're seeing that now. Rogers slightly leads El Sayed in polling. That's not the case. I mean, I can pull up Real Clear Politics right now. And pretty much it's all within the margin of error in the last like it's all within the margin of error. Like all these. This one's always been an outlier. But 1, 5, 1 tie. This one that's right here, this Epic MRA, it comes from a tweet. Here we go. It comes from a friggin' tweet. So, if we want to take polls from October, yeah, I guess we could say that. But it's not October. Yeah, I mean, and the question that one really has to ask as far as APAC is concerned, is their influence going to go the way of the NRA? Because we've seen this before, right? We've seen the NRA after Parkland totally lose its influence. And now you have Republicans not even wanting to campaign on that Second Amendment issue unless they are in some inbred hillbilly district where they have to do that, right? So that's absolutely the case. Where's SoCal strategies, though? Yeah. Yeah, you notice how a lot of those people just flew by night during the 2024 election? Here we go. Okay, let's see if we got some numbers there. Yeah, we do have Ann Arbor, but we don't have, I mean, we expect Ypsilanti and all that. The home of Domino's Pizza. Let's see what we, oh, they don't even have it there. 69-70% of the vote. Yeah, that's what I expect. That is, well, okay, so Ann Arbor, we do have parts, yep, Germantown. University of Michigan, I think, is like up in, it's not here, I don't think. I thought University of Michigan was up here. But we are looking at University of Michigan area, Ann Arbor coming in 85%. Those numbers are huge. Oh, okay. Looks like we have some Macomb County precincts coming in because we've got Warren here. Very small numbers coming out of Macomb County. But if she loses Macomb County, it's done. She cannot win this primary without winning Macomb County. Now, the question I have, I don't know if anybody has looked at this. The question I have is whether, oh, wow, he just shot up again. Oh, because they do we have more out of Wayne? No, they must have added the Ann Arbor ones right now. Yeah, he's dominating. If he gets over 60% in this, that's a statement. That isn't a win. And see, this is one of the problems that progressives have right now, right? Is in order to not get criticism from the bullshit establishment, they have to crush these primaries, right? They can't just like win them by a little bit. Unfortunately, they're scrutinized more than anybody. They have to crush these primaries. And if he ends up winning this primary by 25%, where is the establishment's argument? They don't have it anymore. Since Elsads defines himself as a capitalist, could it be said he is more similar to Warren than to Sanders? Yeah, I mean, I think we get too much into this whole socialist, economic progressive argument. At the end of the day, their issues are basically the same. I've always argued that the DSA is not socialist, or those candidates who identify as the DSA are not socialist, right? Because I've never seen Bernie Sanders talk about taking over the means of production. I haven't heard AOC talk about it. I haven't heard Zoran Mamdani talking about taking over the means of production, but making part of those means competitive in a free market, like having the grocery stores, right? I have heard that. So yeah. Yeah, this is good so far. No, I don't know. El Sayed is not a DSA guy. They're trying to make him into one. But this is what I'm going to say. Laser Kid, before we get into that, Laser Kid, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Can you tell what the amendments in Kansas City and Missouri? Okay, or Kansas City, Kansas and Missouri. Both of them are being defeated soundly. So here's the Missouri one being defeated soundly. Yeah, let's see what Missouri County or St. Louis County does, 85%. And then the one in Kansas is being soundly. Oh, come on, Sault Ste. Marie. Come on, Chippewa County. Don't be doing that now. I got my Lakers shirt on. Don't be doing that now. But yeah, the let's see. Oh, right here. Yeah, so you can see it's easily it's easily going down. See, to me, it's just kind of like all those who claim they're democratic socialists aren't. Now, I've talked about this before in live streams and videos, and I'll talk about it again because it is the truth, which is that democratic socialism is still taken over the means of production, but the choices are made democratically. So if you own a factory, the owners of the factory are the workers. It's the workers who then determine what the laws, rules, and regulations would be in that factory, very much like co-ops that we see for grocery stores and stuff like that. Social Democrats, flip those words around, is talking about using the government as a social safety net and providing services with the taxpayer dollars, right? It's more than semantics, and unfortunately, I think the Democratic Socialists and Social Democrats have it's like, oh, it's just semantics. It doesn't matter. No, there is a difference. But, oh, what are the amendments about? So the amendment in Kansas is about having an elected Supreme Court. Okay. And the one in Missouri basically makes it like if there's a citizens initiative, I don't know what the thresholds are, but it's basically making it harder for citizens initiatives to become law, right? Basically really gutting the direct democratic process, right? Just tearing its lungs out. And even in places where Republicans are big, they're like, nah, we kind of like a little bit of that democracy bit. Now, let's go over, I do want to add one. I do want to add this to our watch list. The Michigan governor's race. Because one thing we do want to see, and I'll move this up. One thing we really do want to see, I think, okay, like, why didn't you move up? Okay. I want to see the total votes. So we already are having, now granted, I don't think that the gubernatorial election Republican primary is getting as much attention, but I do want to see how many people are casting votes there because it is a competitive primary nonetheless. It's actually more competitive than what we might see in the Democratic Senate primary. So let's keep an eye on these votes, total votes that come in as well. Wait, is that? No, see, that's not even in. Oh no, it is here. Saginaw is in there. Oh, that's only 405, but that looks like it's a lot more than. No, there's very, very few. So my guess is that's all early vote coming in because it all came in one shebang, and Michigan is more of an election day state. Yes, we're happy about the Missouri results. Yes, we're happy about them. At least I am. Oh yeah, they got a few more in Ann Arbor now. And we can see. I stayed in Ann Arbor for a month. I was there for a political science training thing. I don't even know what to call it. It's like a statistical training program and all that at the University of Michigan. This is when I was going to McGill. I love Ann Arbor. And they got Hungry Howie's Pizza. I love Hungry Howie's Pizza. Though they got rid of the meatball sub, which I totally hate. Well, he's staying at 61%, but I mean, Oakland, that's the county we want to see. Okay, I'm wrong, 63%. Still have hardly anything coming out of Wayne County. Yeah, most of this is coming out of Ann Arbor and Livingston County. Kalkaska County, I guess that's called. Stevens is leading there. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to do a shameless plug while we're waiting for some votes. I see Cracky Kornacki has his live stream going. All right, so I am starting a new channel. It's called Dave's Takes. I just started a while ago. I'm trying to get it monetized. So please go and subscribe to the channel. Actually, I'm going to subscribe my voting trend to it so I can get the subscription. Almost at monetization right now. Just got to get the subscriber count up. So please go over to Dave's Takes. Just look up Dave's Takes and you'll see that. And if you're wondering where it says here, Scholar Ann Coulter, and not a scholar right there. Yes, this was actually from a political science paper that I got at McGill University from one of my students who put Scholar Ann Coulter. And I was like, no, she's not a scholar. All right, shameless plug done, but I wanted to throw that up there. Yeah, like these totals don't even have anything from Wayne County in. Oh, here we go. We got some more from Macomb County. Oh, okay. Now we do have some. No, that's still Macomb County. So Shelby Charter Township, I assume, is. Let's go ahead and look at. Okay, Sterling Heights. Where's Warren? Warren is on like. Oh, okay. It's way up here. Shelby Charter County. So he's, I mean, granted, these are places six. Okay. So he's winning in precincts that want Republicans. Let's see if we can see something right here. Let's look at this one in Shelby County Township. Let's see if we can find its equivalents. He's winning 68% there. I don't know if we have. They must have redrawn some of the precincts, maybe, because it should be right here. But we're talking about this area voting about 64% for Donald Trump. This could be even a bigger blowout than we think. Let's go back over here. Let's see how the Republicans. So how many votes, total votes we have now? 73,000. Republican votes, 30,000. At the end of the night, could this be 3-1? People voting in the Democratic primary compared to the Republican primary? Maybe. I mean, it could be. Why? I wonder why he calls him Cracky Kornacki, because he acts like he's on crack. that's the only reason why. All right. Okay, Al Sayed is now leading in Chippewa County. That makes me happy. We don't have any results. Oh, okay. They don't have it by precinct. All right, Lakers, come on. So that's College Town. I mean, all the students aren't there. I was just up there last week. It was actually the university I wanted to go to because I love their hockey team. Oh, we're even starting to see some. We're starting to see. we are starting to see some change, which tells me that Al Sayed must have done significantly better with election day voters. That's a good question. Is there a threshold for turnout in the Michigan primary that can be used to determine how motivated the Democratic base is? I think we would have to look at previous elections, previous midterms, and all that, look at the competitiveness and everything to see. I mean, right now, what we have for today, we can only just look at what we have as far as the, as far as comparing the two statewide races. Otherwise, there really isn't much else that we can really look at, to be honest. El Sayed full county sweep incoming. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah, I haven't been looking at this. So here we go. House District, here we go. House, only a few votes in, but House District 13th, Donathan McGinney winning 66-33. That would be another progressive win. Let's go over to House District 7. We have William Lawrence, the progressive, also winning in this case. I mean, he's the co-founder of the Sunrise Movement. This is the progressive train has left the station. I mean, in Michigan might be the place where the progressives put a stake in the heart of the establishment Democrats. That they're no longer going to have that power. They're no longer going to have that influence. Michigan could be the place for that to happen. Oh, Stevens is now winning in Wayne County. Okay, let's see where that is actually happening in Wayne County. See, we still don't have any precincts from Wayne County itself. So I still don't know where these votes are going to be in. If you're an El Sayed person, don't worry. Don't worry about Wayne County. That's a few precincts. It's 1% of the vote in. Don't worry. That's not going to hold. Oh, yeah. Yusuf Rabi or yeah. Let me go ahead and yeah, and he's winning by quite a bit as well. Let's put that to our watch list. Yeah. So Yusuf, I think it's Yusuf Rabi, right? He's the DSA candidate. This is for mayor of Ann Arbor. Whoever wins the Democratic primary there wins the election. So we're going to have another decent sized city with another DSA mayor. And to me, that's so important because it's the mayors. I mean, okay, outside winning, that's great. That gets a progressive vote in the Senate, but it's the people like Zohran Mamdani who are going to be able to use their position to actually make changes in the city. You want to have more Democratic Socialists and progressives in these positions in these executive positions. Granted, they have a city council and all that to work with, but but Mamdani's been doing a good job with that city council. Oh, okay. A lot from Vote Hub. Yeah, so I said like right in here, Farmington Hills, but like here, this is where we would expect Haley Stevens to do well. Still don't have anything from Dearborn. But in some areas close, like literally Haley Stevens has 0 votes. She has 1 there. This is not a surprise that she's doing well in these western suburbs of Wayne County. The airport's out and around here, I think, isn't it? Or no, the airport I think is down here maybe. So yeah, with the very, very small numbers that we have, those are probably just early vote dumps. Well, those are just early vote dumps. And even with that early vote dump, you have El Sayed pretty safely in the lead. And if you see around here, now this, I mean, we can't really tell anything right now. But like, there are, let's see if we can. Right around here, you have a number of African Americans as well. Here, let's go back to this map to give you an idea. You can see how Democratic it is. And like literally, if anyone's wondering, like literally this is the border. Isn't that the name of the Eminem movie 8 Mile, right? Like this, to give you an idea how much that county border matters. You see this side of the county, Wayne County, all blue. As soon as you go on the other side of 8 Mile, the Democratic vote goes down significantly. That's how segregated this is. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of black voters. I mean, again, we can't say anything yet. I'm not going to say anything yet because we just don't have enough data there. And we'll see. One of the reasons why they might not be picking El Sayed as the winner yet, one, they might be waiting for Oakland County to come in and more from Wayne. Okay, so that could be, and maybe Genesee County. They might be waiting for that. But also, the western part of UP is in the central time zone. That could be a reason why they're waiting on calling it as well. Yeah, I guess. Jeez, look at this. I mean, I guess. I mean, you 91%. If the Democrats in Missouri cannot turn this into something that could get them some at least legislative seats, or I mean, we have that one seat. Let me get my other map up here. We have that one seat in Congress here. This seat right here that the Republicans tried to kind of carve out Emmanuel Cleaver's seat here and just make it Republican, it still could go Democratic. Now, if you're wondering, yes, these are the numbers I have right now, 219 to 216 with the Democrats ahead. These are my extremely, extremely low-end Democratic numbers. And I still have the Democrats up by 3. I don't think the redistricting is going to be as impactful as people think. I think the California redistricting will have more of an impact than others because North Carolina still, that's the state that it might not turn out the way people think. But if people are like, Dave, your numbers are a lot lower than what a lot of other people are saying as far as the projections. Yes, this is, if you're a Democrat, this is my worst case scenario. I have not done a video about it. I don't know if I will do a video about it. I don't know how many videos I'm going to be doing. Okay, now Macomb has flipped. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, so this is where But it hasn't. How much did it flip though? 49, 47. It hasn't flipped much. We only have 5% of the votes. I mean, if Haley Stevens wants to win this thing, she has to win Macomb County. She has to win Genesee. She has to win Oakland. And I mean, not just like win them. She's got to get 55, 56, 57, maybe 60% of the vote there. She has to run up the score there in order to offset anywhere else. And if we see Kent County the way that it's going, you know, but everything that we're seeing right now is basically in line with what we've seen in polling. And I will say that the polling this cycle has been a lot better with the legitimate pollsters, not like those freaking Qantas Research and all those people. No, but the legitimate pollsters. The numbers have been looking really good. And as I mentioned in one of my videos, it has more to do with the consistency of the numbers that we're seeing instead of the horse race and all that. We don't know what the horse race number is going to be until we have an election like this and we can match it up. Again, a poll is a snapshot in time. It is not a predictor for the future as much as whatever the hell market wants it to be. But the question I have is, when El-Sayed is declared the winner, is Haley Stevens going to endorse him? That's what you got to wonder about. I hope Stevens wins, since I think she would win the general and El-Sayed would lose. I am a leftist. There's no evidence that he would lose. In fact, latest polls mostly show him slightly in the lead. And actually, most of the polls show her losing to Mike Rogers. Actually, El-Sayed is, as of right now, according to the polling, the stronger candidate against Mike Rogers compared to Stevens. Jesus Christ, come on. I mean, I guess it goes by what polls you're looking at. See, I'm going to admit one thing out of Michigan. I have not been a huge fan of there've been a lot of internal polls done within Michigan that I thought were really garbage before. Oh, we got Oakland in. That's 56%. That's not enough for her to win. That's not enough for her to win. You don't have it. We don't have it on Vote Hub yet. Let's see. 232,000 votes in the Democratic primary. Well, that can't be right. Okay, that's insane. Wait, hold on. Do they have Oakland County in yet? They got Macomb. And what we've been seeing with other stuff, yeah, we're seeing a lot of fluctuation back and forth. If Stevens doesn't support the Democratic nominee, then she's not a Democrat. I mean, it is the Andrew Cuomo thing. We do have to consider this. But that's not enough. I mean, the fact she's not even breaking 50% in her home county, that's not enough. That's not enough for her to win. And you know what? It all goes, and especially if Stevens loses, it all goes to what they've been saying for years. They've been telling us who voted for Bernie, shut the hell up and vote for Hillary, vote for Biden, vote for Harris, right? Shut up. You have to vote for us. Chris Cuomo showed how, or excuse me, I mean, Chris Cuomo did too. I usually say Mario Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo showed how hypocritical they can be. And I mean, this is significant. Not only are we talking about the possibility of a progressive winning the U.S. Senate, and as most of you know, the Michigan seat is the one that I've been worried about, regardless of who the candidate is, right? The one that I worried about a lot, that I think the Democrats will have a hard time holding it. But with that being the case, you know, the other historical thing here is that AIPAC's influence in elections, they have, like, since the special elections started and up till now, and the Virginia elections, the New Jersey elections and all, they haven't had the impact. All right, so now we got all the polls closed in Michigan now. I mean, we don't have much from Wayne and Macomb County in, but that Oakland number is not big enough for her to win. Just is not. Baraga County. Oh, Houghton County. Oh, now you got the votes in. Jesus Christ. Do you think Stevens will try to run as independent? I don't know the law as far as if she could actually be an independent. She might be able to qualify maybe as a write-in candidate, but I don't know if there are rules that she's already passed the deadline to be the to run as an independent. I do not know. Stevens confirmed to CNN that she plans to support El Sayed if she loses. Okay, good. You know, and that's all it needs to be. And another thing, I do think, you know, we talk about the Israel-Gaza issue and how people say, oh, that's what caused Kamala Harris Michigan. Then it cost her that. You know, she would have talked about working class issues. That would have helped. But when we see these other results in Saginaw and in Grand Rapids and all that, that's not Israel-Gaza. That's working class issues. Yeah, but see, and that's another thing. People talk about the left Tea Party. It's not. Tea Party was just based off of racism, right? Ours is not based off of racism. The left, like, this movement is not based off of racism. And if you go and you say, oh, well, how dare you say that the Tea Party were racist? Look at the group of people who were the group of people who had the highest polling numbers when it came to thinking that Barack Obama's birth certificate was fake. Tea Party people. What is that based off of? Racism. Sorry, but it just fucking is. All righty. Yeah, it's kind of, oh, do we have any polls that closed actually right now? Yeah, I'm not going to be staying up till the Washington ones. Yeah, so we got this Ann Arbor one. We still have, I don't think those numbers have changed at all. This cannot, okay, 108,000 votes to 244,000 votes. Nice. Mike Hirsch, good comment. Hot take, El Sayed gives a crap about regular people and regular people know it. That's what it comes down to. And that's what the establishment Democratic Party does not understand. They just don't get that. They don't get that people are tired of everything, not being able to afford stuff, get nickeled and dimed at, like, honestly, state legislatures should be passing laws making it illegal for restaurants to charge a surcharge when you use a credit or a debit card. Okay, because I guarantee you those bastards are actually writing those expenses off their tax. They're writing the expenses off their tax, and then they have the audacity to charge you for it as well. Come on, get real. I mean, it's getting worse and worse now. I mean, it's getting a little closer, but we just, like I said, just don't have a lot in right now. Really, we do not have a lot in. 16%. A lot of that 16% is Macomb County and Kent County. Oh, the Missouri one's like 90 to 10 or 91 to 9. Oh no, it's gone down. Okay. Cape Girardeau County. Okay, so I mean, still 82 to 17 is pretty impressive. Yeah, because you got to realize another thing too. I don't know if they're having problems with getting all of them down if it's an early vote dump, because obvious. No, because this seems to be an early vote dump, but then there was an early vote dump in Oakland, but they're not showing the early vote dump here. These are all election day votes. Farmington, this area right here is going to be her Haley Stevens strong point right there. Now we wait. Now we just wait. Like I say, I'm not gonna do this live stream's going a little bit quiet, so I'm not gonna do the whole night. $52.44, 7% in, so that only went up 2%. But with those numbers right there, I mean, I don't know if Haley Stevens is actually going to win Oakland County. I mean, Wayne County will flip. Don't, could Wayne County go to Stevens? It could. Okay. I mean, if black voter turnout is really high in this primary, Haley Stevens could win Wayne County. And that kind of changes the whole ball game. Again, this is why it's all about turnout. We'll see. Yeah, Cori Bush got trounced. And they still say it's just, oh, they do have some of St. Louis County. Yeah, I was like, St. Louis County was going to be what would help her, and she only got 35%. Well, she screwed up. She shouldn't have screwed up. Numbers are looking good for the progressives in the congressional races as well. Oh yeah, I want to cross the Mackinac Bridge too. That bridge goes forever. So yeah, now we're just waiting on stuff. Just see what happened. Corey Bush is like Victor Marks from Colorado. I was in Colorado as well. I saw his signs out and about. Well, I think for Corey Bush, he kind of screwed up because it's more of an image thing in St. Louis as well. Um, so she screwed up by trying to really be an outsider, right? And it unfortunately in St. Louis that doesn't work for long. Oh, now we wait. Oh yeah, and she had the faith healing thing. She said like she faith healed people and stuff. That doesn't look good. Forgot about that. Yeah, there are a number of controversies. You just have to go look it up. I mean, granted, what she did is nothing compared to Graham Plattner, but again, you could see that one coming 800 miles away. Like Graham Plattner was a slow moving train wreck that was easily spottable, easily spottable. But because he supported Gaza and opposed Israel, we don't care about any of the bad stuff he does, as long as he supports us on this one position. Well, live and learn. Oh, nothing really from the maps. Cory Bush lost in the primary. Hence the reason you have the new member of Congress there now, who she was just running against. Jeez, what's taking you people so long to count votes in Michigan? Jeez. I mean, I don't get why people like Plattner. Is it because he looked like a homeless guy? I mean, I don't know. I guess people think homeless people can win. Um, Carly, thank you very much for the super chat. What are the chances of El Sayed in November? Who knows right now? I mean, the one thing that we have to also realize is that, before we know who the nominees are, everything is really speculative. Once we start seeing the nominees, who they are, then the polls solidify. Same thing with Graham Plantner, right? He was doing quite well against Susan Collins, but as soon as he became nominee, those numbers tighten up. It always does that. I mean, his is the most recent one you saw in the polls, but that always happens. Okay, so yeah. How do I think Troy Jackson is doing? I mean, I think he's doing fine. The polls are looking good for him. And if we look, he's doing about the same as Graham Plantner did after Plantner was the nominee. So, and I'll tell you, anyone that thinks that because Graham Plantner looked the way he did and all that is going to win voters in MAGA country, let me tell you, I live in MAGA country. My county went 75%. My precinct went 75% MAGA. They're not going to vote for him. Okay. He just says a few words like, they're not going to vote for him. So that's another thing that Democrats need to quit doing. Quit thinking you're going to win the Republicans. You're not going to convert those crazy bastards. You need to expand your electorate. A lot of people, and I don't like Bakari Sellers, but he was right. The Democrats are competing against the couch. Vance is trying to fuck the couch, but Democrats are competing against the couch. A lot of people just don't see a reason to go out and vote. That's it. And that's why I said, because people are talking about Rahm Emanuel running for president. Rahm Emanuel might be the one candidate. If he ran against J.D. Vance, I might just not vote in that election. I'd just be like, fuck it. Yeah, Kalamazoo doesn't have much in it. Yeah, this has taken a long time. Okay, more coming in from Macomb, and you are seeing El Sayed starting to expand his lead. There hasn't been any change there. There hasn't been any change in Wayne either. Yikes, 75% MAGA. How do you do it? I don't do it. That's why I got this, so eventually I can get the hell out of here. As much as I would like to live in a city like, let's say, live in Chicago, right? I mean, I'm from Chicago, and Chicago is my favorite city in the United States. As much as I'd like to live in Chicago, just too unaffordable to live in the United States right now. I can live in Europe and it be significantly cheaper. I can live in the high tax country of France in Paris, and it's cheaper than living in some of these places here. It's ridiculous. And that's why people are voting for people like El Sayed. Okay. They now have the internet. They're now seeing that people are having better lives in other countries than they are here. And with the corruption that's happening with the Trump administration, oh man, it's just going to get worse. I mean, no one is really, I mean, first of all, they weren't going to be declared the winner as soon as the polls closed because you had half of it, or not half of it yet. Well, you had half of the UP in the central time zone. But second of all, Michigan takes a long time to count. Not California long, but long enough. And you got to realize we have 2% of the vote coming in from the most populous county in the state. So that in and of itself shows we have no votes coming in from Ingham County, from Lansing. I assume that's going to be El Sayed territory because you have Michigan State there, though. Kind of interested. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I was wondering when the classes start at Michigan State and University of Michigan, and they don't start um until the end of August. So I was wondering how many students might be there. I remember looking at a video in Shanghai. Once I saw a glimpse of life there, I knew that the US lost. Yeah, I mean, I'm even planning on possibly flying out to China at the end of this year, maybe after the election. Again, like I said, after the election's done, um, this channel will probably be dormant for a while. As of right now and how things are going, um, I don't really see an incentive of keeping this channel going. We'll see how things happen, you know, what things look like during the election. But overall, it's more work than it's worth putting into it. So so we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, like if we want to talk about things while we're waiting for votes, somebody said um Ohio Tyrant said, Dave, you should do a vlog if you go to China. I eventually want to do a travel vlog. That's what I'd really, really like to do. Right now, I'm working on my history channel. I just finished the script today for the 1994 Democratic primary. That's going to be the next video that comes out. That's going to be out Saturday for everyone. Be out Friday for Patreon and members as well. The next video after that's going to be about the 1986 Democratic primary in Illinois. If anybody knows about that, that's a crazy ass story. Troy Jackson is clearly a progressive. He changed his mind just like Biden, Obama, and so many others. Yeah, I mean, I fall in that group. When I got involved, when I got involved with politics, starting in 1991, in 1994, 1995, might have been it had been 1995. I started an organization called the Young Blue Dog Coalition. And I went up to Washington and I met with Charlie Stenholm, Gene Taylor, John Tanner, I forget his first name, Brewster from Oklahoma, Bill Orton I met with, Sanford Bishop, who's still a member of Congress. I met with him. John Tanner was a really nice guy. A big Cubs fan, actually. Really big Cubs fan. I'll forgive him for that. But yeah, I met all these people, right? And I totally changed on my views. Totally changed. And this is one thing I think that we're going to start seeing in the United States. We used to always say that as people get older, they get more conservative. I think we're starting to see a trend now where as people get older, they start becoming more and more liberal because people my age are right on the cusp of having it good and having it bad. And I fell on the wrong end of that, right? So I'm in with most of you guys. If you guys went to university and you have a huge student loan debt and all that, I fell on that side of the fence. But the people just a few years before who fell on the other side and only had to pay $1,000 tuition per semester or whatever, they don't feel that. So I think we are going to start seeing people my age and all that who maybe start off conservative, start moving more to the left. I think that's going to happen. Don't appeal to the Republicans, but we need a message for the white working class. Make it. See, here's the thing: you don't have to make it white working class. You just make it working class, right? That's the great thing about talking about jobs or talking about issues that make people's lives better: healthcare, jobs, improving the environment, other things. You don't have to worry about race. Okay, you can just talk about the issues. That's the great thing about it. You don't have to get into identity politics. Just talk about economic issues, and you're butter from that point. Let's see how many votes are in. 147,000 in the governor's race, 293,000. So we've gone under 2 to 1. Like I said, we're only at 19%. Yeah, but that's a nice thing about it. It's like, you know, somebody who's black working class, Hispanic working class have the same problems as somebody as white working class. They all don't have health care, or they all have health care that they can't afford the deductible for. They all have problems with affording to get their kids to college if they want them to go that route. They all have the same problems. That's the great thing about economic issues. And see, this is where I'm the progressive, I'm the liberal. I'm not a look at this issue, look at this issue. On some social issues, I'm conservative. I'm an immigration, I'm conservative, right? But I'm in a everyone should be treated fairly. Everyone should be treated with, should be treated fairly, and that we should all have equal, not just opportunity, but equal resources. You get sick and you're a millionaire, you should get the same health care as I get. I mean, you can pay for more, but all of us should be able to get health care. That's why I want to move to France. No, what hurt Bernie Sanders are the James Clyburns and the John Lewises saying, "Oh, he didn't do anything as far as civil rights. I didn't see him do anything, even though there's pictures of him doing stuff." He says, "Oh, well, I saw Hillary Clinton." No, actually, that's a lie because she was Goldwater girl at the time. Okay, it's shit like that. Um, that's an issue. No, first of all, I don't want to immigrate. I am a citizen of Slovakia. Yeah. Second of all, I did it legally, the legal way that the Slovak government and the people who elected the Slovak government said to do it. Okay. Being conservative on immigration. Oh, am I the Steve Miller? You have to stop all immigration and stuff like that? No, no, no. I am not in that. But there are laws and you need to follow laws. Okay. And people say, well, if we have people not coming here illegally, then, we're going to pay a lot more for produce and all that. I'm like, okay, fine. Why aren't we punishing those companies? See, we always, and that's another thing. We always want to put the blame, unfortunately, on the immigrant here when it's the companies who are actually taking advantage of them, right? And yet that's the thing about America. We don't punish companies. We don't regulate companies enough. But it's like, yeah, like the Miller stuff and all that, that's stupid. But I do believe there's laws and laws should be applied. Um, and people should respect the laws, right? I mean, we're bitching about Donald Trump breaking every goddamn law and not being held responsible for it. And that's right. We should. But it shouldn't matter of who it is and what it is. Breaking the law is breaking the law. Brian Phelps, thank you very much for the super chat. Even for folks who are doing okay, nothing has convinced me more that we need to smash the tech bros than my time in the tech industry. These people aren't industrialists, they're crooks and thieves. Yeah. Well, and this is, yes. And this goes back, and we're just talking because I'm waiting for Wayne County and some more to come in. We're just not getting much right now. Just so people know. You're right there. You're right, because here's the thing. Okay, let's look at this Polymarket and Kalshi, whatever the hell it's called, right? My argument has always been, and you mentioned that about the tech bros, they're all about accumulation of money. We only have a finite amount of money in the United States. As that money goes to the Elon Musks and the Jeff Bezos and all that, that means that's less money for us. It's not just like it's infinite money, it's less money. And the more and more that these tech bros get, and I hate to say it, Gen Zers, younger generations, into things like Polymarket and Kalshi, where they're just betting away at everything, that money is just funneling more and more up to those tech bros. And you're creating a tech oligarchy where the bottom feeders are going to be us, and they're going to be sitting up, up high, really in a cushy position, right? So I agree with you. Absolutely agree with you. How did you get your Slovak passport? If your great grandparents were Czechoslovak citizens and they were born within the territory of modern day Slovakia, you can become a Slovak citizen. And my great grandparents, both of them, fell into that category. So that's how. Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you very much for the comment there. These numbers are getting a little bit low, a little bit closer. And somebody said, if you're Mike Rogers, you got to be happy with these. We'll see what happens. We only got 20% in. But yes, if you are Mike Rogers, you have to be happy how these go. How these numbers look so far. They're not, we aren't seeing though. I mean, again, let's see what happens. A lot has to come in. We aren't seeing the home run that everyone was expecting. I wish Czechoslovakia was still a country. Honestly, I wish it were. I mean, chances are if I do, I mean, I don't know when I'm going to move. Like I said, it's not a matter, and I even put this in my first video back. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. It could be now, it could be 10 years from now. Don't know what it's going to be. It could be 20 years from now for all I know. And I don't know where I want to go. If I do want to go to Slovakia, if I want to go to the Czech Republic, if I want to go to France. Yeah, I mean, 20% that's more than enough for stuff to change. And as we've seen from Kent County and some other places, it does look like election day votes are going the way of El Sayed. You'll need to be in the Slovak time zone by the time Michigan's called. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, this is slow. Though the progressives in in congressional district 7 and 13 look to be good. I mean, this is going to be a big win for the progressives here. But I mean, for the progressive movement, for me to really be legitimate and be a force, you have to win in a place like Michigan. You have to win in general in a place like Michigan. If you don't do that, you're still kind of on the outskirts, right? And that's important. I'd rather live in the. Would I rather have Andy Burnham as my PM or Trump as my president? I'll take Andy Burnham. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. In Britain, you guys have those security cameras. And you know it. The problem here in the United States, we got security cameras and nobody knows it, right? I mean, I can't really say and see. Okay, this is where I'm going to get controversial, right? Um, because see, I wasn't controversial on Graham Plattner because I was right about Graham Plattner. Um, you you look at a dictatorship. So somebody mentioned it earlier, and you look at a dictatorship like China, and somebody talked about the videos of Shanghai and stuff like. They have the fastest bullet train. They're building in a way that in the American, they're building so many amazing things. In the American financial media wants you to think, oh, this isn't real. This is a paper tiger. Bullshit. They're building big ass skyscrapers and stuff like that. They're not doing that with fake money, doing it with real shit, right? I go to an American city, it looks decayed. I mean, I think I think Chicago is a beautiful city, right? I was in New York a month and a half ago, and or no, a month ago. New York's not that good looking. Okay. And I'm just looking at what these other people or other countries are doing. And it's just like they're leaving us in the dust. And so, you look at a place like China where you got everything at your fingertips. Granted, you have all the cameras, but you can afford a good quality of life. See, that's the thing in the UK as well. You guys are in the same boat as we are. Okay. It's hard for you to afford whatever you want to afford. That becomes a problem. So, yeah. Come on. We need to get some more. Because, yeah, that Wayne County number has not moved in a while. Let me go over to here. Let's see if we got any. No, the Wayne County number has not moved at all. Reform says out loud what the Tories do quietly. Um, I think reform's more corrupt. If we're going to be honest, we're going to talk about that. I think reform's more corrupt. I mean, the worst prime minister that Britain has ever had is easily Margaret Thatcher. Okay. Okay. I know people say Neville Chamberlain and stuff like that. I'm putting Margaret Thatcher up there as the worst. As someone who destroyed a country, Margaret Thatcher. And I know you're gonna people talk about the labor governments and all that and all the unrest after that. Yeah, it didn't go right, but she is horrible. That's another thing. Being a Slovak citizen, people say, "Well, what about Robert Fico?" I'll take Fico 100 out of 100 times over Donald Trump, easily. Now, see, I don't think it's Liz Truss because I think Liz Truss didn't have enough time to screw everything up. Right? Oh, Margaret Thatcher had enough time to screw stuff over. Right? So that's why I wouldn't say Liz Truss. Um David Cameron screwed over the country with a smile. We're still not getting any big. Oh, here we go. Monroe County. It's still not getting anything. I'm kind of surprised with all what we see right now that Al Sayed is still up by 7%. Looking at this map, I would assume that he would be losing. I've never been to Mexico. I do want to go to Mexico. There's some places that I want to see, some historical places. So I had thought about doing. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Here we go. Yeah, but it's only 2% in Ingham County. It's only 2%. So actually, let me look. Okay. I mean, Al Sayed has not gone under 50%, and Haley Stevens has not gone over 45%. Oh yeah, I know Liz Truss is big into CPAC, but yeah, with Mexico, I'd like to visit where because I've also thought about doing a channel about travel, history travel, right? And because basically doing the selection channel now has become a hobby more than anything, a time consuming hobby. Um, but to me, like I'd like to see where the 1968 massacre happened. Um, I'd like to see the place where the Mexican independence happened with the San Luis Potosí, I think, where where the ring of the bill was. I would like to go to Tijuana to see where Colosio was assassinated. So there are a lot of things I want to see in Mexico. See, somebody says I love your hobby. I hate my hobby. This isn't even a hobby. It's like I said, and I mentioned this in my last video. I'm doing it because it can bring in some money. Right? It's something I know, it's something I can do, it can bring in some money. That's the only reason I do it. I don't like being in something where I constantly have to keep up with stuff every single day and on top of it keep up on stuff that I absolutely hate, like current American politics. But I know voting behavior, polling, and numbers. So damned if you do, damned if you don't. Up, Diego, thank you very much. I can't see the rest of the name. Thank you very much for the super chat. The problem I see with the U.S. is that Trump will go even if he fails in being a dictator, but the movement he started will stay. And I see the U.S. becoming a fascist dictatorship in my lifetime. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we have to say is that at the end of the day, and this is why when people ask me about Fico, I'm like, yeah, I'll take Fico any day over Trump. Because Fico needed a coalition to be there. It wasn't like a Smer was the party that got a majority of the votes. A plurality of people in the United States said, yeah, we want Donald Trump. Again, after we saw him the first time, yeah, we want him again. Right? The fact that it's this close is that's people are electing to put him in there. And again, I see Trump people every day. They're not bright up here. They're very, 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 very stupid. And there was a really good video that I actually watched today. I recommend people watch it. Let's see if I can find it in my watch history. I was like watching it right before I was watching it right before I was doing my live stream. Let's see if it's in my history. The video is we are actually dumber than Idiocracy. So, right here, I'm not gonna do the audio on it, but it's this video. Go ahead and check it out. I'll go ahead and put it in the I'll go ahead and put it in the chat. Ah, crapola. I'll go ahead and put it in the chat as well. Actually, where the hell is... Oh, there it is. Basically, she says in this video that, like, the people were just dumb, okay, and they wanted to find the smartest person to kind of change things, but they were just dumb. Whereas she says nowadays, it's like, if something like Graham Plattner, if somebody doesn't agree with exactly what I say with Graham Plattner, then therefore, you know, you're a traitor to the cause and all that. It's like, nobody wants to be, no one wants nuance. No one wants anything that disagrees with their position. And that's basically what she said. And, you know, you can decipher if something's right or wrong. But that's the worry, is that, you know, I don't believe Dr. Fauci because he's not on my side, okay? Even though he's a fucking doctor, right? So, you know, the way it's like I mean, it's tribalism to the extreme. And when you talk about that fascism, I think you're right, because it's that tribalism to the extreme. And that's where we are right now. 80% in Oakland. I got 70. Okay. Well, Decision Desk says here 70, not 80%. I think we were kind of at 70% before. Let me go over to 67. I think we've been at this for a while. So I don't think Oakland has changed. I'm surprised Genesee has not come in yet. Like, no votes there. And I think Wayne is still at 2. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if Nixon ran a totally racist campaign. And I'm not saying that because he's my cousin. I don't think it did. I mean, Trump, obviously, but Reagan, yes. But a lot of people, Reagan really did the coded wording. Okay. If you look at my history videos when I talk about Reagan, that's basically what it was. Trump just said everything out, except for not against black people, but Hispanics and Muslims. He didn't say the quiet part. I mean, yeah, he said the quiet part out loud, but see, that's the problem that we have. The rise of Trump led to the rise of Karens, the rise of, you know, there's this one guy I've been watching lately on YouTube, and basically he like just totally constantly always outs people. Like, that's what he does. It's like someone will be caught on camera doing something. He's like guy with a big beard. He looks like he's like in his 50s or 60s, hair back and all that. He's like, see this person, Miami, Florida, tell me who he is, find out who he is. And then people find out who they are. And I love it, right? And everyone says, oh, we don't like the doxing and stuff like that. Fuck that. You know what? I don't care. You guys the Republicans are so much into being horrible people. It's like they need to be treated horribly back. Okay? And that's the thing. Is that, like, if you really want to tell me the difference between a conservative and a liberal, um, the liberals want to punish the rich, or progressives even. The progressives or the left want to punish the rich. The conservatives want to punish anyone that they don't see is part of their group. They're just total friggin' horrible people. So what's happening with the New York Times? Oh, okay, yeah. We're we're 3% of the vote in Wayne County. And none of that's by the way, none of that's Dearborn. Up there you go again. Thank you for the super chat. It will very unlikely to Trump become a dictator if he loses this midterm. DSC wins House and Senate, but the problem is the GOP is a fascist party. We'll see what the Republicans do as far as the midterm. As far as stealing the next presidential election, people see, and this is the problem I have with Democrats. Democrats always think about what's in front of them. They don't think 3-4 steps ahead. Everyone's talking about how Trump can't, Trump won't be able to steal the election because, people won't put him on the ballot or whatever. He's not going to steal it in the election. Remember January 6th? He's going to steal it trying to win the Electoral College. Now, part of that plan is still to get J.D. Vance to win. And remember, when you vote for someone for president, you're not voting for him for president. You're voting for electors for that political party. So when I vote for the Democratic candidate for president in Illinois, not voting for a Democratic Party candidate for president in Illinois. I'm voting for the Democratic Party of Illinois' electors. Okay? So if all these Republican electors are gung-ho for Trump, J.D. Vance wins the Electoral College, nothing stops those electors going in or when they go to cast their electoral votes, say, yeah, Trump. The Republican Party would just be all faithless electors, but all for Trump. Those electoral votes go, they get certified. The Supreme Court's already showing they'll do anything for Trump. They won't even hear it. That's how he's going to. It's not the election. Don't worry about the election when it comes to Trump. He's going to try to steal it in the Electoral College because that's where he's going to have the most pull. Oh, that's the first time I think Stevens has gotten over 45% now. I am surprised El Sayed is ahead that much in Macomb County. Now, that would be something interesting to see. Let's go over here. How many votes have been cast in Macomb? 13, 21, about 21,000, 22,000. How many were in the Republican primary? There's more in the Democratic primary. Because Macomb County, I mean, that's kind of where if Democrats want to start doing some stuff, they got to win in places like Macomb and Warren and stuff like that. Yeah, but even if a state has a faithless elector law, the alternative is that they're not going to send the electors, right? And in that case, then you do have a possibility for the Democrats. All right. So there are those. It all depends on where those laws are. No president can serve more than 2 terms. That justifies military action. In my book, problem is who controls the military and who's been stacking the military to be his buddies, right? That's the problem. Why do you think black Democrats tend to support establishment candidates over progressive ones? 2 reasons. And I like when I worked in Democratic campaigns, I was the white guy. They had go to black churches and stuff like that. Okay. So I know I don't know anything about like there are a lot of Jewish voters in the Democratic Party. If somebody asked me about Jewish voters, I wouldn't know a damn thing about them, right? But black voters I've worked with a lot in Democratic Party politics, all the way from my first campaign in 1992 in Buddy Dyer's state Senate race. As a matter of fact, Bruce Anton, who is a member of the Florida House of Representatives, part of the Democratic establishment now in Florida, was the guy who organized that area for Buddy Dyer. Anyway, 2 reasons. One, there's always this worry that a person of color cannot win. Okay, which is one of the reasons why they maybe go more for white candidates. This was a problem that Jesse Jackson had, right? Doing the research for my video for my election history. This was one of the problems that a lot of black leaders had with Obama. They didn't think he could win. And then once he all of a sudden won Iowa, it was like, oh, he can win white votes, and so on and so forth. So that is one of the reasons why. Okay. So that's the first, and I think that's probably the most important reason. The second one is there's just a power there's just a power grab within black communities. There are certain people who are the leaders of the community, and younger people try to get in there and try to challenge those leaders. But you have the civil leaders, you have the political leaders, you have the AME church leaders and all that, who are like the conscience of the black community a lot of time. And a lot of people won't go against them. And if you look at the black vote, you'll see that there's a divide between young and old as well. So when we do see black voters going more toward the establishment candidate, it's usually older black voters who many of these came up toward the Jesse Jackson can't win and all that. So they are a little bit reserved. Now, one thing that's funny is somebody said, Dave, quit saying blacks and black voters, say African Americans. In my 30 years of working in Democratic politics and working with a lot of black candidates and all that, nobody has a problem. It'd be like me saying the Caucasian vote, right? They said African American, right? No, it's not an issue. Now, if you add the article "the" in front of it, then it becomes an issue. If you say the word that refers to colors, then it's an issue. It is kind of funny, the white virtue signaling that you do see in Democratic Party politics when it comes to black politics, that these white virtue signaling people know nothing about because they've never worked on a campaign for a black candidate ever before. It is kind of funny. Oh, wait, has Macomb gotten a little bit more? I mean, no, those numbers are good. I mean, still 18% though. McMorrow actually has 3.5%. My black friend is from Dominica. He hates being called African American. Black is the proper term. Exactly, because a lot of people aren't African Americans, right? They consider themselves be identified with the Caribbean or other places as well. So, any thoughts on the Democratic primary in Florida for Senate? I mean, I assume Vindman's going to easily win that one, like easily. See, and unfortunately, when we look at if we look at someone like Haley Stevens, we do look at how somebody like um, APAC can corrupt a candidate so much with money that they will say things that they might not normally say. Okay. It's part of the problem of you got to keep the donors happy. Well, I think I don't she probably ran an odd. I don't know if she ran an odd campaign as much as she expected to win. And when she was challenged, she didn't know how to handle it. See, here's the thing about Fetterman. People got on him for one issue, that Israel issue, right? One issue. And he was with the Democrats on almost everything else and pretty much is still. But everyone hates him because of one issue. And the progressives are a little bit hung up on the Israel issue. Sorry, but you are. And, people like Kyle Kulinski, for example, he talks about, and Ryan Grimm and others, they talk about Israel so much. And I don't like to do if you say something bad about Israel, you're being anti-Jewish. I think that is a stupid argument for the most part. But when you obsess over Israel, I start to wonder if you are anti-Semitic. And that's kind of, I have been wondering if Kyle Kulinski is anti-Semitic. Oh, now Saginaw is kind of flipped. But we're still at only 6%. 1873 2, not much. No, but here's the thing about it. Kyle Kulinski will talk about what's happening in Gaza, which is, no, I agree with him. Nothing about Ukraine. Zero. Nothing zilch about Ukraine. But like Kyle Kulinski will come up with conspiracy theories regarding Mossad and stuff like that. I mean, we can put Kyle Kulinski purely in the conspiracy theory situation. And yeah, you can say I could cope, kind of like how people say I was coping with talking about Plantner, which again, I was right. If you didn't see that, shame on you. So, I mean, yeah, it's like, there's a point where you're obsessing with the issue so much that you gotta wonder. Like, it's the obsession. All right. Because you know what? Let's flip it around. If we were talking about trans people in bathrooms, and you say, oh, the Republicans are obsessed with that. Oh, why is Kyle Kulinski obsessed with that, right? Okay. Now, I know you can say the issue is different, but again, nothing about Sudan, somebody mentioned, nothing about Congo, which is still going on, nothing about Chad, nothing about any of these places. Okay. Nothing about Ukraine at all. They don't say a thing about Ukraine. Nothing about Ukraine. Nothing. And that's what gets me. I am extremely pro-Ukraine. I have been extremely pro-Ukraine for a while. I talk to a lot of people from Russia and Ukraine personally. No, Kyle Kalinske has not said a lot about Ukraine. No, he has not. He has not nearly said enough. Show me where, let's take how much he's talked about Mossad. I mean, even connecting it with Jeffrey Epstein and all that shit, and look at how much he's talked about Ukraine. He hasn't talked, might have talked about it when the war came out. He does not talk about it a lot. Not nearly. And the thing is, too, is Ukraine was the aggressor. Or, excuse me, Russia was the aggressor, not Ukraine. No, take that back. Russia was the aggressor, the clear aggressor. But you rarely, I mean, every now and then you hear them say October 7th was wrong. October 7th was wrong. But all this stuff. And I mean, but we're not saying it's not a genocide. See, that's the thing. This is one of the problems with people when it comes to issues. They have to be so, if you don't believe 100% in everything I say, or if you're not saying everything that I believe in, therefore you're wrong on everything. This goes back to Graham Plattner. I always said I agreed with Graham Plattner on all the issues, like all the issues. I said he was a horrible person, and I was right about that. You all know that now. Same thing when it comes to what we're talking about now. It is a genocide, and it is bad. But there becomes, and it's like I hear Kyle Kalinske talk less about Gaza and more about Israel, Mossad, and stuff like that. Makes me wonder. Metal Gamer, thank you for the super chat. Kyle is the worst of the burnouts. I mean, and I've really come to this, and I put this on my Substack too. We're still waiting for votes. We're not getting crap in, by the way. It's the only reason why I'm talking. Got a little bit more from Macomb, and Al Sayed is actually increasing his lead in Macomb, so that's good. Ingham, we're getting more. Al Sayed is increasing his lead there. Saginaw has gotten a little bit closer, but we're only at 6%. Let's see at Kent. Kent came in and has not done anything afterwards, right? Is it Washtenaw? That's where Ann Arbor is. Al Sayed should easily win that. So yeah, that's the only reason why I'm talking about the other stuff. I'm waiting for stuff to come in. But no, I wrote this and it was after the Graham Plattner thing. The whole, if the Graham Plattner crowd was like, you must believe the dear leader. You must believe everything the dear leader says. If you do not believe the dear leader, you are the enemy, and you are 100% the enemy, and you must agree 100% with everything without any nuance. You cannot criticize the dear leader. Oh, and on top of that, we're going to do the whataboutism. Oh, Graham Plattner is doing all this essay, but what about Donald Trump, right? Everything that these people complain that MAGA do, they were doing it with Graham Plattner. Every single damn thing. They didn't see the irony of it. They didn't see what they were doing. And I found that hysterical. Then it came to bite him in the ass. And as a matter of fact, the way that Graham Plattner dropped out of that election showed just how childish he was. That fucker should have never been in the Senate. Never should be in the Senate. Kyle talks about AIPAC way more than Israel. The American Israeli PAC. There you go. No, I don't like I don't like Kyle Kulinski because he does spread false information. Again, when he said, why is there 47 days of training for ISIS? Because he's the 47th president. No truth about that whatsoever. Now, granted, I think he spreads less false information than the Midas Touch. The Midas Touch spreads a lot of false information. This is the reason why I can't survive in this space and why I don't want to do it. Unless I'm spewing out some ultra left or ultra right stuff, the nuanced stuff just does not work in the political space. That's the problem. That's the problem that we have. And it sucks, but it is what it is. You can't sit there with a nuanced view, or you get 1,000 views on a video. If you're sitting there sucking off one side or the other, then you're going to get hundreds of thousands of views. That's how it is. That's how politics is. And as I mentioned, I stopped doing videos, all that, purely for financial reasons. People think that it was about Plattner. Again, though I was right. I'll keep rubbing that in. But no, it's just, why work 2 hours to make a video and make $10? It's just not worth it. Well, this is that one video. That is a good video. You should check it out. Yeah, he had a Nazi tattoo. If you didn't know what it was either he's too fucking stupid to be a U.S. senator, or he had no problem with having a Nazi tattoo on him. Either way, it's not good. But yeah, I mean, and if we want to talk about blue MAGA, the Plattner people were the MAGA people. They were some Kool-Aid drinking son of a bitches. That's no doubt about that. Has Al Sayed won? Has Abdul won? No, or still it's closer than we think, but we are only at 26% in. Really, Michigan? You can't get your stuff together better than this? Yeah. So like this one, interesting. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So 13.5% of precinct. Well, can I look? If I remember, it's either Michigan or Wisconsin. I think it's Wisconsin that's really screwed up with this. That like they literally do all of their elections like through every single county. Michigan. See if I can get it through it. Okay. State of Michigan. Yeah, see, I don't think that like the state of Michigan has a website either that shows all the stuff. So I'm looking at so 13.5% of precincts have come in. You got to look at it this way: when it says 26% here, and then you go over here, and it says 28% in. That's what of the expected votes. But the problem is they don't know what turnout is. Well, actually, no. Michigan does do an excellent job when it comes to calculating early votes. But how do they know election day votes, right? They don't do that like Florida does. So this is why both of these organizations are totally guessing how much of the vote is in. Michigan is slow, but it's like even with Wayne County, I don't remember it being this slow, but it might have been. So it could have been. You got to realize it's been nearly 2 years since I've done a Michigan election, so I don't remember. Yeah, like Hassan Piker. So somebody mentioned him. Guy seems pretty thick to me. He seems like what Joe Rogan wants to be. That's what he seems like. Doesn't seem too bright. Okay, so Metal Gamer says 75% of the vote will be counted by midnight. I mean, I'm not tired, so we can hold on. Then that gives us an idea what happens in Wisconsin or in Washington, because I really would like to see in this 4th congressional district here. I really would like seeing those polls close in 42 minutes. Really like to see if we can get a Democrat into the runoff, the second round, the runoff election, because that is one that the Democrats. Oh, okay. Now we got some Wayne County coming in. All right, let's see. Now we got some Wayne County coming in. It looks like it's out here in the little town of Plymouth. Don't know anything about Plymouth. If anyone in the comment section is from Wayne County and knows something about Plymouth, please let me know. But that looks like to be the first of the big votes, because you can see how small these numbers are right here. But then look how big these numbers are. That shows that that's a completed precinct. So we got a few completed precincts coming out of Wayne. Oh, I'll say it's now under 51%. It's getting close. Yeah, if you're Mike Rogers, you're really liking these results. We're comparing him to Joe Rogan because you got two people who are smooth brained, but just one's able to sound a little bit more articulate than the other. I mean, Joe Rogan sounds like a knuckle dragon Neanderthal troglodyte, whereas Hassan Piker just sounds like he really does sound like a stoner who took a few political science classes and thinks he knows how the world works. That's the difference. I have not been watching the gubernatorial race in Wisconsin as much. Mostly since Mandela Barnes dropped out. I mean, now it's a foregone conclusion. We'll see what happens in that race. If I'm the Democrats, I'm more worried about losing the Wisconsin gubernatorial race than I am the Michigan Senate race. These numbers are getting closer. No, I'm not comparing Joe Rogan and Hassan Piker as ideologically or something like that. I said, as far as, again, this goes back to the Plantner thing. People cannot separate the personal and the personality from the political, right? They just can't. It's just like, Jesus Christ. It's talking to some people. It's just like, it's really like talking to a brick wall. I mean, I am talking to a screen, mind you, but it's just like, I'm not saying that they're the same politically. I'm saying that Joe Rogan is an idiot. Hassan Piker's an idiot who sounds smart. That's what I'm saying. Joe Rogan, that's what he sounds like. Okay? If you can't get that one, that's a you problem, not a me problem. Oh. And it's not really a Wayne dump. It's kind of, well, yeah, it is. Okay, because they were shown 7% here. But no, okay. Yeah, 21%. And I bet, let's see if we can get this on. That's going to be this area right in here, I assume. Well, that's huge. Does that put her in the lead? Yeah, it does put her in the lead. Wow. Rogan is an actor largely playing the role of a dimwit. And Piker is a dimwit trying to play the role of not an actor, but somebody who's intelligent. I mean, if his uncle wasn't who his uncle was, he wouldn't be, and he would be nowhere. Yeah, I mean, now, I mean, I'd like to see. I'm waiting to see if we can get anything. I'm going to reload this, just see if maybe they load something in there. Don't know where those votes are coming in from Wayne County. Let's see. Are they coming in? Well, no, they are coming in here. So remember I said Farmington Hills and this area here was going to be a big area for Haley Stevens. Well, it is coming in that way. So now we are starting to get some early votes. So 85 for Stevens. So yeah, and there are a lot of Jewish voters in this area right here. So we still don't have any in from Dearborn. Okay, that's going to make it flip the other way. We do see, I mean, if we do look at what Al Sayed's doing in around Warren and in Macomb County, he's doing well. Have we even gotten Genesee in yet? Yeah, we have. And El Sayed is winning there, but it's only 2%. Oakland is still really close. Yep, this is, I mean, if you're Mike Rogers, but still, we're only at 31%. If you're Mike Rogers, you're liking these numbers. And of course, we won't know. So we won't know everything. So if 75% of the vote's supposed to be in by midnight, that's going to be 11 o'clock my time. So it's an hour and a half. You can see if stuff comes in. It'll be interesting to see what this Polymarket Kalshi shit does. Let's see how many people start pooping their pants. Yeah, so this is where that big chunk's coming from. But I'm wondering why, unless they do it by township. Let's see. Because this is really odd. Why are the strong Stevens precincts coming in, but we're not seeing anything from the strong Al Sayed precincts. Like Dearborn right here, this will be a very strongly right for Al Sayed. Why are we what like this just seems like weird that this dump is all of these. I'm not saying there's anything fishy with it. I'm just saying it's just weird. Okay, so now Ingham County and well let's look at do they have any votes from not East Lansing yet. Yeah, that is. Like I think the Detroit city limits kind of go like this. Oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's all within the Detroit city limits. Okay, I get that now. All right. So Detroit must count their votes separately. Chicago does the same thing too. You have the Cook County votes and then you have the Chicago votes. Okay, so that makes sense. Now, okay, I get that. All right, cool. Thank you. So that essentially tells you how much she got in the city of Detroit. 63 to 33. So black voters are going pretty strongly for Haley Stevens, which was something that was to be expected. But then this goes back to what I've said before. If Democrats constantly try to focus on winning elections by winning the most reliable voters who are going to vote for you in the general, you're always going to lose. Okay. I'm going to see how many votes have been cast. So 409, 500,000, 260. So it is almost 2 to 1. Yep. See, they're starting to poop their pants over at Poly Market, pooping their pants. Degenerate ass gamblers. We got a little bit more from Kent that came in. Now, this is one that's interesting because over here, let's see if we can get. No, we don't have any from there. So there are a number of black voters in and around Benton Harbor as well. So it will be interesting to see. So that kind of surprised me already being in Berrien County being that strong, but that just seems to be like this precinct over here. And maybe, yeah, and then a few others here too. So we'll see what happens over there as well. I mean, if Haley Stevens, here's the thing. This goes back to James Carville. James Carville doesn't like Zohran Mamdani. He doesn't like Abdul Al Sayed, but he endorsed Graham Plattner. What was the difference? You know, if people are thinking that race is the reason that somebody might win or lose, I don't think it's as easy as one might think. Haley Stevens has just as much of a chance of losing to Mike Rogers as El Sayed. This is going to be a close Senate race. This is not going to be one that one of the sides are going to just walk off with it. Stop gaslighting. What am I gaslighting on? What the like? What do you people even know what that term means? What? So I can't. If I'm gaslighting anything, it's more rubbing it in when it comes to Graham Plattner. Sorry if I don't agree with your view, but hey, some people have different views than other people, and you just got to live with that. I know for some people, living in a bubble and stuff like that is a little bit difficult, and maybe you don't hear outside opinions, but people do have other opinions. So is McMorrow a spoiler candidate? Maybe. Does that maybe? That's going to be a good question. Yeah, I never said I was pro-Israel, right? See, this is what I'm talking about, like with the Plattner people. If you sit there and you say the guy lied about being a poor oyster farmer, no, he didn't. You think you love Israel, and it's like Jesus fucking Christ. This is why I don't want to do politics anymore, people. This is why, because there's so many fucking stupid people out there. It's so goddamn unbelievable. In fact, I'm even like on record saying that my favorite politician, probably in my lifetime, is Zoran Mamdani. Okay? Jesus fucking hell. Yeah, but I forgot. You know what? People just piss me off. I can take them off my channel. I forgot about that. Ta-da, done. Oh, I love that. I don't have time for stupid people, so like I'll just kick you out. I don't have time for stupid people. I mean, the only reason I say Mamdani is my favorite because he's actually in a position to do something, being a mayor. Like whereas Bernie, well, I mean, Bernie was a mayor of Burlington, but if you look at what Bernie like, if you look at Bernie versus Howard Dean, go over my video about Howard Dean on my election history channel. Like those two battled it out. Sometimes Bernie was with the developers, not necessarily with the environmentalists. That's something that's pretty interesting there. No, I mean the thing with stupid people, they come in here because they need. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's just. I mean, I don't like modern politics nowadays anyway, right? And this is it. It's not. It's like the trolling. I don't even care about. Like if someone were trolling me for some other stuff, I don't mind it. I just don't like stupid people. I just don't like people who like if I say this headset is black, people say, "Well, why are you saying that headset's white?" It's like, How the fuck do you deal with that logic? So the gap is widening again. We're almost at 50%. New York mayor is a difficult job, especially if you care about the people. Yes, which means if he can accomplish. Well, you know what? The question I think really is it a difficult job? Or is everybody else said we can't do anything, which makes it look difficult? But then when someone like Mamdani goes in there and maybe does stuff, it's maybe not as difficult as one thinks, even though he has said it's difficult, right? Maybe some things just seem really difficult because no one wants to take the initiative to do anything. I mean, so that's something I think we have to keep in mind. Well, one thing I noticed with Hearts of Iron, so I play Czechoslovakia a lot more now. Anyone who has gotten into office recently that have disappointed you? Yeah, Trump. I don't think disappointed. I mean, I just knew. I don't know. Is there anybody in office that, Bernie upset me with, disappointed in him just going in with Platner, just not listening to the stuff. Bernie disappointed me. AOC didn't fall into that. Mamdani didn't fall into it. Bernie did. So, but of course, that was a U.S. Senate candidate. Yeah, that was disappointing. No, we don't have. So somebody mentioned, is anything in Dearborn? No, we still. Does seem like the only votes coming out of Wayne County right now are the votes in Detroit, and then these little votes out here in the western part of Wayne County. We don't have Dearborn and a lot of other stuff. We do have Oakland County, but I don't know why they're not showing anything as far as the precinct results. Oakland County is now at 75%, 48 to 50% for Haley Stevens. Of course, she's expected to win. And I don't see, again, I don't see how if Haley Stevens only wins Oakland County by 2, she wins the election. So that if you're an Al Sayed supporter, that's a good thing. Now they're pooping their pants the other way. Now it's Al Sayed again. This right here is a perfect example of politics nowadays. That people are so reactionary at the absolute moment that I don't know. It's just hysterical. Oh yeah, Wayne County. Once Dearborn comes in this area, Wayne County will get a lot closer. Now this area will probably also go, I assume, for Stevens. Though these numbers down here kind of surprised me. I'll be an Al Sayed, so you never know. Possibly. So yeah. Now, the person that did the best thing on Graham Platner was Lawrence O'Donnell, talking about why he never talked about him on a show. And what was funny is the segment that he did about why he didn't talk about him on a show was exactly what I said in all of my videos about him. Every single thing that he faked that he was a poor oyster farmer when he was selling stuff for his mom's restaurant and inn. Okay, it wasn't just a restaurant. When he said that he got a VA loan, when he didn't, he got a loan from his dad. There was, his dad paid for that, and there was $5,000 left, and people saying, oh, well, he used his VA benefits to pay for the extra for his loan. Okay, well, my dad gets VA benefits. Does that mean that he lives off of VA benefits, right? He's 100% disabled. Does that mean every time he goes to McDonald's and has a cheeseburger, he sits there and says, oh, the VA paid for this cheeseburger? No, that's fucking absurd. Um, so, well, he gets Social Security as well. Um, Everything was a lie. See, the problem I had with Graham Plantner was there were more lies. He didn't tell the truth about anything. Anything. He literally lied about everything. People are like, okay, if you don't like him, you're a horrible person. Yeah. Those chickens came home to roost. Okay. I mean, let me see how many precincts we're at. 17% of precincts. It's like they say, I don't, at 17% of precincts, how are you going to have them all done in? They're saying like an hour and 18 minutes, 75% will be in. I don't know. No, Dearborn is not in yet. So again, it's just city of Detroit, then this little township or little area out here. I think, right? Because they are showing that obviously Oakland County has 75% in, but on the precinct map, we have nothing from Oakland County. So I don't know if it is just Detroit. I'm assuming that it is. But with those numbers being as high as they are, 59% for Stevens, that does tell me that we don't have Dearborn in that area coming in. Yeah, I mean, Gap has been remaining the same for a while now. Wayne County could get close, but there's strong possibility that Stevens wins Wayne County. And with her doing well in these other parts of the states, she could win. She could win. So someone says, look at the benchmark result. I don't care if she's out, what it is, because all of that, all of this is based off of speculation, not based off of ahead of benchmark, right? All of this is speculation. Okay. And what is even the benchmark? Okay. What is the benchmark? What determines the benchmark? What methodology did you do in it? And this is stuff like, it's like there's shit like this that they have on there that makes no sense because it is pure guesswork. And I hate that. I really do hate that. But I am going to stay on this map because this is a lot bigger than the other one that I had. Yeah, so someone said remaining vote is election day vote. A lot of it is, and with what we've seen with El Sayed in places that had early vote dumps, and then the stuff that's come out afterwards, yes, we have seen that El Sayed has been performing well with those election day voters. Still think at the end of the day he wins. Question is like I said, you need to have a big margin here. So what's the primary turnout for Democrats and Republicans? It's basically double. So let's see. 557 to 305. Not quite double. It was looking almost like it was going to be 3-1 earlier, but now it's closed up a little bit. Macomb, I mean, he's rocking. El Sayed's rocking, and Macomb only have 25% in. Yeah, so I mean, these polls are going to have more, but like, okay. And one thing I mentioned earlier, and I want to mention it now, is, and let me go ahead and bring up some of these Michigan polls, right? Is like literally, or no, this is El Sayed and Rogers. Let me go to a primary poll. Problem I had. Okay, so Emerson is good. They could have egg on their face. But like a lot of these other ones that we have are not really the greatest. Like literally half of them I've never heard of before. Tavern Research, Tulchin Research, Data for Progress I have. Tavern Research, Quantus Insights, Peak Insights. Mitchell Research has had problems. Like a lot of these ones flooding the zone in the end, just I never heard of them before. But Emerson was with them on that, so we'll see. Diego, again, thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, Hamtramck will go to Al Sayed too. I mean, Al Sayed's gonna be fine. He's gonna win, I think. Hold on. God, I can't back out of this. A poll doesn't lean one way or the other within different universes. Okay. So Emerson can be, it's a random sample, so it can't lean. The only reason it would lean is if you are actively trying to get a certain group to be in your thing, or you create a questionnaire that eliminates people who would normally be of one persuasion or the other. Otherwise, I've never been into this. The polls lean this way. I've never been into that. Yeah, but again, the thing is we're talking about only 20% of precincts are reporting. So that means like 80% of precincts still haven't shown up in this. According to this, 37% of votes are in, right? Again, that's guesswork. It's total guesswork. They don't know what election day turnout was unless they had somebody calling all the counties on election day to find that out, which they could have. They have the resources to do that. State Navigate did that with the Virginia elections last year, so it can be done. But that's the problem. This is like so early in the game. I'll put myself more in the center there. I'm certain that Mallory is losing her deposit. Well, that doesn't happen here in the United States. There is no losing your deposit or anything like that. It's you got to pay to be on the ballot, and that money's lost no matter what you do. Hey, Danielson, thank you for joining us. Hope everything's going well over there. Dave, what do you think about the internal polls or party sponsored polls? Are those trustworthy or are they more of a push poll if they're released publicly? If they're released publicly, I mean, because we do have a situation in Florida showing Mike Bilirakis possibly in trouble. Now, um, like it was within the margin of error. If that ends up being, now they did redraw his district to be much more Democratic. Okay. He's a Republican. He's in a Republican district. His father was Gus Bilirakis, a well-known political name in northern Pinellas County and now Pasco County. In that situation, there was a poll release showing it within the margin of error, but it was released. It was PPP. It was a PPP poll, and who used to be legitimate, but then they put them nuts or those nuts or whatever on a poll, and then everyone considered them a joke, and now they basically are a joke. Yeah, I mean, it depends on who, right? I think public policy polling has really gone from being a pretty good standard to just going to shit quickly. So yeah. But internal polls, okay, I look at it this way. If an internal poll then releases the poll and gives you the crosstabs and all that, the methodology and everything, fine. But with this poll that I just mentioned, the only thing was the horse race number, the top line for the horse race, and nothing else. No methodology, no PDF of the crosstabs or all that. In that case, you got to say, okay, that's some fishy shit. So, yeah. I don't think David Jolly is winning. I don't either. I agree. Oh. Wow. Oh, yeah, they are. I mean, I want to see Donovan McKinney win, and that's only 25%. But yeah, look at like these people are pooping. They're pooping their pants a little bit. Hey, Matt. Hope everything's gone well. Told you he should have moved to CD13 and kept Tarpon Springs in his district, but I don't trust the poll. Yeah, I don't trust the poll. And yeah, I mean, Bilirakis is a Tarpon Springs guy. I mean, he's Bilirakis. I mean, that's where the Greek community is. And the Bilirakis name has been there since I moved to Pinellas County in 1993, right? Gus Bilirakis, and then, like his son took over as well. Yeah, I don't believe the poll. I mean, if that poll is correct, then all of a sudden Darren Soto wins, Kathy Castor wins, Corey Mills loses possibly, right? There could there be a 2011 Orange Wave NDP Canadian type of thing in the United States like there was in Quebec, where people just voted for the Democrat and they didn't give a shit who it was, like Ruth Ellen Brosseau or somebody like that? I don't think so. We could have a situation where people turn up and say, I'm voting for the Democrat, I don't care who it is. Could happen. See, I don't think the war itself is necessarily hurting Trump. Okay? It's the impact of that war that's hurting him. The gas prices going up, the food going up, the inflation going up, right? Those are. If Trump had done the war and gas prices were down to $1.50, then he'd be doing fine. It's the economy, stupid. I hate James Carville, but that's the case. Oh, so you're running for you're running for in Largo? Cool. So yeah, so awesome. Now Matt has been around with us since the early days. He's from Pinellas, from Largo, right? Been highly involved with the community in Largo there. So yeah, what are you running for? Um, and I don't know if you can put a link down. If you want people to donate and put a link down, please go ahead and put it in there. That Matt's a guy to trust. Okay, Danielson, thank you for the super chat. Dave, I've also got a different question. What do you think about the indies running in places like Idaho, South Dakota, Montana? Can too many indies running lead to voters thinking all of them are Democrats or de facto Democrats and it costing Osborne in Nebraska also? That's a good. I never even thought about that. That's a good question, right? Especially now, because if you go ahead and take, 15 years ago, it was the opposite, right? So, like with the Lisa Murkowskis and people like that, it was usually kind of the before the never Trump Republicans, like during the Tea Party era, right? If someone were running as an independent, it would be because they lost the primary and were not part of the Tea Party, right? But yeah, that is a very interesting fact. So, okay, Largo City Commission seat 2. Cool, cool. Um I thought did you run for Largo City Commission before, because I know you're involved there. I thought you might have run before. Um yeah, we're still not getting anything out of like I said, we're not getting any precinct results out of Oakland County, though we know Oakland County is no Oakland County has 75%. It's now at 79. Stevens pulling out a little bit more there, not much. Macomb getting a little closer. St. Clair, that's a conservative county. Wayne is just sticking there. Okay, cool, cool. Oh, the war is a disaster, right? I mean, the war. I'm not disagreeing with the war. I'm talking about what voters think, right? The only reason we're in a war with Iran is because Donald Trump wants to play general. I mean, my personal opinion is Donald Trump thinks he's the ruler of the world, which is why he got in that World Cup photo. But I'll tell you, the World Cup even made me think about a problem with the liberals as well, progressives and liberals. There were a lot of people that I know in soccer who hate Donald Trump, but had no problem with him getting involved with the red card. Or if they did have a problem, they were like, oh, I like the results anyway. No, 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 no. That's not how this works. You can't hate a guy, and then when he does something you like, that's totally like against the rule, like total corruption. You can't say, I don't like his corruption, but if his corruption helps us, then I like his corruption, right? Um, so a lot of liberals who don't like Trump had no problem with that red card being overturned. I'm so pissed at the World Cup because France decided they just weren't going to turn up to play against Spain. But I think people pretty much thought Spain was going to win that World Cup from the beginning. All right. We're just seesawing back and forth. We might end the stream soon. Yeah, but Australia isn't as good of a team as they were back in the days of Harry Kuehl and Mark Viduka. Those were the days. I'm a Leeds fan, so I know those guys. I mean, I don't know them, but yeah. I mean, I don't remember Michigan being this low, but the last time I saw Michigan count was in the the last general election, and we're looking at 50 states, right? So he might have counted this slow, possibly. Abdul Al Sayed is now um above 50%. I don't know where that's coming from. Seems like Kent County is getting a little bit more votes coming in. See, I think absolute power corrupts absolute, right? And I think it comes down to the point with APAC money corrupts people. Corrupts people so much that they'll maybe say something that they shouldn't say. I mean, what Haley Stevens has said about Israel is not really any different than what Fetterman has said about Israel. And you wonder if it's more about them wanting to get that money to help them win than it is like that's where they really stand. Okay. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, he hit 50%. I'm trying to figure out where those votes are actually coming from. Maybe Ann Arbor. Yeah. Yeah, East Lansing's coming in. So I know that Ingham County had a few more. This is where Michigan State University is, so 94%, but not huge numbers. 80%. I mean, not huge total numbers. 80%, 76%. No, these are full precincts. I think this might be where the actual camp. No. So okay. Yeah, so he won. Awesome. So that's that's a progressive win there. This one's still at 25%. So that one still has a ways to go. All right, so now it's 10:05 Central. We do have now we can start looking at the Washington results. Okay. I'm going to get rid or no, I'm not going to get rid of. Let's get rid of the constitutional amendment. Let's get rid of Cori Bush's seat. Kansas governor. Virginia House 1. There we go. Okay, here we go. All right, so first numbers in. Does look like we're going to get a Democrat in there. Okay, now remember, this is House District 4. I believe it was House District 4, right? It was House District 4 last time that had two Republicans running against each other, right? It was two Republicans that made it to the next round. It wasn't a Democrat, but we do see a Democrat in second place here. So we'll see how that is. John Braun is leading. Well, so Brent Henrick is probably the progressive candidate, right? So these are some interesting results coming out of Washington right away. Cowlitz County. That's where Mount St. Helens is. So yeah, I mean, to me, oh yeah, this one, I think this one's a foregone conclusion. Um, and I don't blame. I mean, this is a Trump district. So Marie Perez is going to be the best candidate to run in this district. And it comes to a point of practicality. Who are you going to pick? Um, and just Brent Henrick is not going to be an electable candidate here. But holy cow, look, we're already at 15% there. I mean, come on, Michigan, get your butt in gear here. But that number doesn't look good. 50.75%. Huh. We'll see how that. I mean, it doesn't matter. It still goes to general. But if John Brown gets over 50% in the primary, that doesn't bode well for you in the general. That's a seat that the Democrats could lose. And let's be honest, it's a seat the Democrats could lose, but it's a seat that maybe the Democrats shouldn't really have in the first place, if you know what I mean. This one's getting a little bit closer now. If John Dursky could finish first in this, that would be amazing. But I highly doubt that that will be the case. But it could. You never know. Let me check something. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and sign off in a few minutes here, maybe do 10 more minutes. Then I will be off for the evening. Was hoping for a few more viewers on this, but a little few more. Jeez, come on, Dave. English here. Was hoping for a few more viewers today. Not happening. That's why I won't be doing as many videos as I thought I would when I come back. And now he's back down under 49. Not really seeing any movement in Detroit, or I guess I should say Wayne County, because it seems like most of that is we're waiting for everything outside of Detroit. El Sayed doing well in Macomb County, and that'll be a an important point too. If he wins in a close election here, and he says, "Hey, listen, I won the most votes out of Macomb County, which is a county Democrats need to do well in order to win a general election." That's an argument. I mean, okay, so people again, like people are asking, is Dearborn in there? I don't know. I mean, I guess not. And like I said, the only reason why is we're not getting any precinct results, even though they got this all laid out for precincts. We don't have any precinct results from Oakland County, though we have like 80% of the vote in from Oakland County, 84%, right? So Dearborn could be in, but I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Yeah, everyone did think Perez was done for in 2024. Um, I think even in my predictions, I basically said she was going to lose. Look at this. Look at this going on here, huh? Let's see what Yakima does and stuff like that. I don't know what Yakima usually does. Look at this. The Democrat, not only is the Democrat, well, let's go ahead. Like, there are going to be so many other independents. CPW, is this like the Communist Party or something? Look at that, the Democrat up there. And this is a Republican district, but the fact that a Democrat will finish a strong second here, maybe, that's impressive. AES could very possibly toss all chances of the Democratic majority in the Senate into the trash if he wins. Based on what data? Opinions are like an asshole. Everybody has one. I want it backed up by data and facts. No, the polls, the most recent polls nowadays, legitimate polls, are like Emerson and stuff, are basically showing the race a tie. Al-Sayed is leading in some, Rogers is leading in others. Well, the Qantas one, right? So one Mitchell one has it tied. Another Mitchell one has Al-Sayed up by 5. TIPP has Al-Sayed up by 1. Emerson. So this is the problem. Emerson has it tied, but that was a poll from January. Okay. So, I mean, it's, if we're going to look at the Real Clear Politics average as Rogers by 0.3. So you ask, where is it? Well, there you go. I think the data is really inconclusive as to say Al-Sayed would hurt or help the Democrats. Anything now is just purely opinion based on no empirical data whatsoever. Have you seen a map where Democrats lose Michigan but win Texas and Alaska? I mean, I think that could happen. I mean, here's where is it? Okay, so here you go. 52-48. This is with Democrats winning. I should make that a little bit lighter. Winning in Alaska, Texas, Ohio, Maine, Michigan. Still have an Iowa. Honestly, what I think is going to happen, regardless of candidate, that's what I think is going to happen. That's my feeling of what's going to happen in the election. Al-Sayed is not DSA, correct, but they're going to label him that because, he's a Muslim and he's not as white as we. They're going to use race to do this, and I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the best thing with people struggling to pay for gas right now. But this is where I can see it go. The only other thing I can maybe see is this. And then at that point, you got the whole Fetterman situation. I think this is really, truly the Democrats' best path to victory right here. No, but in Texas, we haven't seen the polls in Texas like we've seen now. And again, elections change. Democrats used to dominate Texas. Elections change. Talrico is super popular, and Paxton might literally be the worst U.S. candidate for the entire U.S. Senate. I agree. I agree with that. Is Washington a mail-in only state, or is that Oregon? That's Oregon, right? Oh, she's up now. Okay, good, good. This one getting close. That's all. I mean, they're saying that those two are going to go, but good, good. Perez is up. Awesome. Yes, we only do mail in Washington. Okay, okay. Because I know Oregon was the first state that started that decades ago, like the early 2000s. I didn't know if Washington did it as well. Thank you for the clarification on that. Perez isn't good, but better than MAGA, I guess, right? Yeah, I mean that's what it is. There's some places where I think you can push the envelope and try to get a progressive in there. There's just some places that you gotta go with what you go with. What's my opinion on Hong? I haven't really followed that primary, especially since Mandela Barnes dropped out. Okay, Matt Beat said that he voted no on that. On the Kansas amendment. You see, we're starting to get some areas here now, and I don't know. It's going to be close. This could be close. The exception is probably Marcy Kaptur. I mean, she's another one that they've in the past kind of screwed around with her district and stuff. Now they've really screwed around with it. Can she survive? Because remember, she ran against Dennis. They drew her and Dennis Kucinich in one district. They had to fight each other in the primary. Then he lost. He didn't like it, and he had to say, "I'm going to leave the Democratic Party, and I'm going to be with all the weird people." Why is Murrow on the ballot? Because she qualified to be on the ballot. Looking at this, I'm yeah, and this is all the way. This is in other parts of. I don't know if Al Sayed wins this thing. I think he does, but I'm not certain. Oh, Captor got into an accident. If you see, this is the problem with like doing political stuff. You have to be like with the news, like I can't do that. I can't do it. I could have done that 10 years ago. I can't do it now. I try to avoid politics as much as possible. As a matter of fact, I talked to somebody recently, very, very knowledgeable person that's very highly involved with a lot of stuff. And they also said they don't watch the news. I don't watch the news anymore. This person also said they don't watch news anymore. In fact, they said, I've just come to the conclusion that the news will come to me eventually. I'll find out about what happens one way or the other, but I I don't watch the news or anything. And I'm in that same boat. I can't just be what's happening 24/7. I just cannot do that. To be in this space of politics, you got to eat, breathe shit politics. And my goal is like to move the hell away from politics. So it's like you have to be over here, and I'm pretty much wanting to go over here. And that's one of the reasons why, like I said, the only reason I'm coming back to this channel is it made decent money in the last election cycle. Maybe I can do it again. If I don't see that trend happening, then that's not going to happen. I mean, I could lie to you or tell you the truth, and I think the best is to tell you the truth. What did I want to see? Well, it's funny because I'll go ahead. Might take a while. No, I think this is it. And I think the progressives need to realize one issue or one thing too. As long as people think that your only issue is Israel, they might not vote for you. And that is a problem that people might have to deal with, right? Because I think that a lot of people come across thinking that Al Sayed is only focused um, on Israel, which is not true at all. But like, how do you overcome that, right? That's kind of the catch 22 there, unfortunately. So people are asking me why I'm not doing it. I put this on the Discord. This is my election history channel versus my voting trend channel. Now, during this time, I uploaded 3 videos on this channel, voting trend. I haven't uploaded on election history for 2.5 weeks. Okay. You can see the watch hours. The black one is election history. The blue one is voting trend. Now remember, in order for me to do voting trend, I have to do stuff every day. As a matter of fact, I lost 2 subscribers yesterday, right? So when people ask, Dave, why aren't you doing this? This is why. Nothing to do with planting or whatever. It has to do with I got to pump out videos every day. And actually, they still do considerably worse than my election videos. So election history videos. So if you're wondering why I'm not doing this that as much, that's the reason why. Yeah, I think. Like I said, when it comes to Europe, see, here's the thing about me moving to Europe. Um, I've always wanted to move to Europe. I've never been a USA guy. I've never liked the United States. I've always wanted to move to Europe. I just ended up being able to get a passport to finally do that. Okay. It's not a matter of when or if, it's a matter of when. I just don't know when. So even if the Democrats performed great, what I still want to leave. I still want to go. I've always wanted to live in Europe my entire life. That's where I want to spend my life. That's where I want to retire. That's where I want to kick the bucket. I want to be in Europe. I do not want to be in the United States. I have never liked the United States, and I do not want to be in the United States. Pure and simple. I've never owned anything with an American flag on it. I've never done freedom or anything like that. I hate that shit. I love Europe. I love the mindset there. I love Europe. I love like the German way of doing things and all that. I like and the Slovak way and the French. Like each culture there has everything that I like. Um, so yeah, it's not me moving to Europe has nothing to do with the political situation. I just feel more connected to Europe. And I guess maybe the political situation. I don't like the United States. To me, any country that cannot give its citizens universal health care is a shit country. This one's getting close again. Now we're at 51. Yeah, and you can see in Oakland County, she is like just pulling out a little bit more lead. Not a huge one, but a little bit more. Macomb is getting closer. So it is making me wonder if Al Sayed actually did perform better with election day voters. Looks like in a place like Macomb County, maybe he's not. Well, I mean, I would only move. I mean, moving to Slovakia is because it's the transition's easier for me. I'm a Slovak citizen, so I don't have to go through a lot of stuff. Paris would be my first thing, first and foremost. Problem is, getting an apartment in Paris is a pain in the ass. A huge, huge, huge pain in the ass. But that would be my first choice. You see, we're still not getting anything from Dearborn. You know, I'm now in the point of I'm going to change my and see this is another thing too that I hate. People want you to predict something and say this or that and like whether somebody's right or wrong. I hate that. That's another reason I hate doing this channel. Um so I'm like, I'll say Ed's going to win. He might not now. Okay, Haley Stevens might win. The data's looking like it could be going her way. And people are like, oh, well, you're wrong. It's like, it's not about being right or wrong. It's about getting the information and learning from the information. That's the problem. We've become in such this tribal, we win, you win, instead of learning stuff. It's like, goddamn ridiculous. I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, Dearborn will give him a bit of a push. I think he's okay. She could win. Well, I would go to Canada. I can't choose Canada. I'm an American citizen and an EU citizen. I can only pick the EU or United States. Living in Paris is like hell. No, living in Paris is awesome. It's the best city in the world. Yeah, but see, here's the thing about Denmark. But Denmark demands on language is tough, despite we are the best on healthcare and stuff. Yeah, but see, I'm a EU citizen. I don't need to know Danish. I can just go there and live in Denmark. So yeah, so that's a nice thing about having European Union citizenship, freedom of movement, is I can go anywhere. Question is, where do I want to pay the higher taxes and stuff like that? Oh, really? Okay. Where is that? So somebody says that Mich or that Wayne County is now tied. I don't see anything. Now this Wayne County number is very different from this Wayne County number. So I don't know. I don't see anything that I don't see anything there. You know, like all of these sites are all over the damn place. No, this is close. Oh, I don't care about projections. I do not care about projections because again, they don't unless they had people calling in on election day to figure out what the votes are. They have to first figure out how many votes there were, and then second of all, have to get into the mind of the voters to figure out how they're going to vote at the precinct level. So, um, projections, I really don't give a shit about those. Again, margin of remaining votes, we don't know how many remaining votes are there unless because the state does not put or maybe the county puts up election day votes, but I'm 99.9% sure that they don't. So it's purely pulling a number out of your ass. That's why I hate sites like the New York Times because they mislead people too. Decision Desk HQ is the worst, saying that there are these many Democrats and these many Republicans in a county in a place that don't register by political party. I hate that. It's just all getting fucking in shitification, right? Um, it's funny seeing the okay, somebody's talking about doctors and medical licensing. I don't know if I want the national government, the current national government, the current health, you know, I don't know if I want RFK Jr. licensing doctors right now. So maybe it is good to have it at the state level. Because again, Americans are a special kind of stupid. 412, 402. So they're behind on here. And there's still some coming out of Ann Arbor. There's still enough coming out of Ingham, which will help. And Kent, too. So, I mean, and Macomb. I mean, so it still looks like Al Sayed's going to win. And I said at the beginning, he has to get over 60% to be able to say, hey, I'm the nominee. I'm showing I can win. There we go. He's not going to come nearly close to that. He's going to have problems in the general election. Whether legitimate concerns about his candidacy or not, and I don't think they are, it's going to be an issue. No, nothing from Dearborn yet. Again, like I said, nothing from Dearborn yet. I assume there's nothing. But if you're Al Sayed, that's a good sign. There's nothing from Dearborn. Means it's taken a long time to count the votes, which means there's a lot more votes. And if you expect to do well there, then that's a good sign. Look at what we got in House District 13 now. We got a flip again. Donovan McKinney back in the lead. Wow. So now, okay, because with those votes, okay, so got some interesting stuff going on in this House District 30 or 13, this congressional district. So we're on. Diego, thank you for another super chat. Even developing countries like Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina will have universal health care to all its citizens. What I dislike about the U.S. is the nationalism. I mean, I don't like anything about the U.S., to be honest. I mean, you got one political party, the Republicans, who nominate their candidate by who can yell freedom the loudest. You know, and like it's open corruption season in the government right now, and no one seems to give a shit. Like no one seems to give a shit. I mean, obviously people who are involved with politics, watch politics and all that, give a shit, but like the average dumb fucker walking around the United States, like in the movie The Big Short, everyone's walking around like they're in an Enya video or something. There's no hope for this country. And on top of it, we're gutting education. We're making sure that our people are dumber. It's not a good place to be. Can state legislate to opt out of the federal Medicare and development? And I don't think so, because Medicare is, as you mentioned earlier, Medicare is a federal plan. It's not administered by the state, so it comes out of federal taxes, federal Medicare taxes. So I don't think that's possible. Whereas Medicaid, it's different, right? Because it is the federal state cooperation. I don't think you'd be able to do that with Medicare. Getting close. No, Trump is not George Wallace. George Wallace actually invested a shitload of money. And this is one thing about those Dixiecrats. As racist as they were, they put a shitload of money into education when they were governors. So they just wanted smart racist, right? And everyone talks about the party shift and all that. Everyone talks about 1964. No, 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 no. The most significant, well, no, I'm not going to say it. I'm getting ready to do my second part of the party switch to talk about who the most significant political figure in modern US electoral history is. The one person who changed everything. One person. I'll see if people in the comments section know who it is. And I'll just say yes or no if somebody got it. But one person changed everything from now. Everyone thinks that the big party switch or whatever happened in 1964 and all that. No. Okay. Good question about Medicare. Yeah. So far in the guesses, no one's even close. Yeah, we're still waiting for Dearborn. Walter Mondale. I like that one. I know I can't deal with Walter Mondale anymore. I've been doing so much research on Mondale. Yeah, that Dearborn number still hasn't come in. Nope, nobody's gotten it yet. I mean, like, yeah, we see the percentages, but that's only 22,000 votes. 22,068 votes. Think outside. Everyone's talking about elected officials. Think outside of that. Phyllis Schlafly is a little bit closer, getting in the range. Oh, this is getting closer. No, I'm not going to give you the answer because I want it to be a surprise for my history video. Lee Atwater is a good choice, but no. Somebody just got it. So I'm going to say somebody just got it. That one person changed everything politically in this country. Everything. And a few more people are getting it as well. So, yep, you're on it. Yeah, this is getting closer. Yes, it was Henry Ford. You're right. Right. Brian Taylor Cohen. I mean, to me, none of these people bring any intellectual conversation into the. I mean, granted, I'm not doing it lately either, but it's just like they're just repeating shit that we already know. Like, very few people on YouTube I watch politically. Leisha Miller, who now is living in Ireland, I watch her channel. I like her a lot. She's about one of the only political people I watch. I don't watch all the big names everyone talks about. Don't watch any of them. None of them. Tammy Bakker. So I have a story about her. I was in Kmart in the late 80s, early 90s in Orlando off of Sand Lake Road and Turkey Lake Road. There's Kmart there. It's not there anymore, obviously. It's Kmart. It's gone. And I'm walking around. My family's there too. I don't know what we were buying. But Tammy Faye Bakker was buying little pads to put on the corns on her toes. And she had all the makeup and everything like that. Everyone's walking by like, is that Tammy Faye Bakker and all that? So remember, they all lived in Orlando at the time, right? So I saw Tammy Faye Bakker like buying corns for her toes and talking to the people at the like there working and all that. It was hysterical. Lyndon LaRouche didn't influence crap, except for my next video that I'm going to do, the 1986 Democratic primary in Illinois. George Santos. Do you like Thom Hartmann? No, he's paid. You want to talk about someone who's literally Russian paid? He's Russian paid. Oh wait, okay. So those just shifted. Was that? No, I probably don't. I don't like. I'm not going to probably do a lot of videos about older politics. They just don't perform well on my channel. And I'm going to admit, outside of from 60 and earlier, that's outside of my comfort zone as well. I don't see anything from Dearborn on that map. Doesn't mean that nothing's in. Yeah, see, now we've gone up to 49%. And she's not going to get, and they just did a little bit in Oakland County. Okay, she is leading now in Genesee County. That was the worry for me. Okay, it's just not showing up on this map then. So this is a good point. If you're saying Dearborn comes in, that proves my point that I've said all along. Dearborn isn't the reason that Kamala Harris lost, right? Dearborn has hardly even changed the results. It is a bigger systemic problem. See, Everett Koop. Yes, I like that guy. He told people not to smoke. I remember watching him on the commercials back in the days. But yeah, a few of you got it right. The one person that changed politics forever, at least up till now, from specifically 1979 until today. Oh, this is taking so friggin' long to do. Oh, God. Good night. And, glad that you're on the healthcare thing there. Need people to talk about it more. Not Pat Robertson. Let's see if he gets over 50%. That's a question you have here as well. I mean, we got a lot of votes still coming in. He should get over 50%, but if he just cracks 50% a little bit, that's not great. That's not great. Yeah, Daniel, you're right. So anyone who was wondering, I'll just go ahead and say it. I'm going to put in my video anyway eventually. It's Jerry Falwell. Jerry Falwell fundamentally changed politics in this country. Fundamentally changed it. And everyone talks about the big party switch being about race. It was, but not during the time that people say, because everyone, when they talk about the party switch, they go, look at 1964, and then look at 1968, look at 1972. But everyone forgets to talk about 1976, when Jimmy Carter won every single southern state in the former Confederacy, except for Virginia, right? Because that 76 map totally blows our argument. Jerry Falwell was the most significant person who changed politics. Why are we talking about religion? Like, why do we see religion all the time now? It's him. He's the one that did it. He changed the focus of the Republican Party. He said, hey, listen, we have a group of people who are part of a religion who can easily be led one way. So let's lead them to the Christian conservative. I mean, think of how Christian conservatism, whether it's true Christianity or not, right? That's not what this is about. But white Christian nationalist, we talk about it now, right? All the time. It started with Jerry Falwell. That's when it started. Before then, it didn't start that way. Someone could be a Democrat or a Republican and be pro-life. As a matter of fact, I forgot her name, but somebody mentioned her in the comments. I like, it's just slipping my mind. Amy Goodman, right? So I mean, anyone could be pro-life, pro-choice. What happened? Jerry Falwell, he got all those Christian conservatives, white Christian conservatives, and that's important. He didn't go after blacks, white Christian conservatives, and put them all into the Republican column. That has fundamentally changed politics. Reagan benefited from it all the way to Donald Trump. They're putting fucking hands on his head and going, oh, Jesus Lordy, and all that to him. Guy doesn't know anything about religion. He knows 2 Corinthians. I mean, I'm an atheist. I'll say it. He should just say it too, but they're all, but oh, Lordy, Lordy, right? Yeah. So Jerry Falwell, by far the most significant person who impacted our politics in the last 60, 70 years. Maybe last 100. Well, not 100 years, because now we're getting back into FDR and stuff like that. But definitely post World War II. Dick Gephardt did start as a pro-life Democrat. Yes, that is true. Well, now we're at 3%. See, so they lied to us. They said that 75% was going to be in by midnight. Is now midnight there, and 75% is not in. Come on, people. See how many precincts? 40%, 40.6% of precincts are in. Yeah, a poll came out. I mean, it looks like Farage is going to win 2-1, but the fact that Binface, see, I keep on forgetting, is he Count Binface? Because I know Lord Buckethead. I'm gonna eventually do a video on my history channel. I already kind of have it aside. I want to do it soon, of all these kind of joke candidates, the raving monster loony party or whatever. I want to do that video next. Yeah, so this is getting a little bit closer. All right, so we're going to end it for tonight, everyone, just because I'm tired because I was working on my script all day for the election history video and doing some editing as well. Yep, Vermin Supreme, free ponies for all. Yes, yes, that's true. And I think Count Binface's biggest issue, if I remember, is the hand dryer at a specific pub to be put into a different position, if I'm not wrong. Right? So I think that's his big issue, is moving the hand dryer, right? Um so yeah. So all right, so I'm gonna go ahead and end it today. We'll see what happens in the morning. I think El Sayed still wins. It could be very close. Very close. He might not win. I give him the nod. But this is not a good look for either of the candidates. Okay? Because obviously we know what people are going to say and everything with Al Sayed, but Haley Stevens might have a ton of progressives that just do not vote for her on election day and stay home. Okay. Because the Israel issue, when you go all in on that, you lose a huge chunk of the progressives. Okay. If Haley Stevens makes this about, stopping Trump, we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. Because if Haley Stevens does win, I kind of want to see what I don't listen to those progressive talking heads ever. Like I said, the Humanist Reports and the Kyle Kalinskis and the whatevers. I don't listen to, but if Haley Stevens wins, I'm interested to see what they tell their followers to do. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. All right. So we're going to end it for tonight. So thank you all very much for joining me. I'm just dead by now. Had a long day. I might have a video out this week or not. We'll see. It's still early in the season. Maybe we'll do a recap. Hell, by the time tomorrow afternoon comes, we still might not know who won this thing. Could be anyone. All right. I'll see you all later. Have a good day wherever it is.